Brian, if you would do a roll call.
Sure. Mr. Williams,
Here.
Ms. Tabashnik,
Here.
Mr. Mushak,
Here.
Mr. Pachis, Ms. Langalis,
Here.
Mr. Bryce,
Here.
Mr. Cantor,
Here.
Mr. Rowena,
Here.
and Mr. Schulman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. The first item on the agenda, 36 Shorefront Park, has been removed by the applicant. So I do not know if we'll be seeing that again, but we won't be discussing it if you're here this evening just for that. So we'll move right on to the second item. That's 2023-43 SPR Bjorn and Catherine Bergaboo, and I apologize if I mispronounce the last name. 3 Admiral Lane, District 5, Block 31, Lot 20. Construction of a detached accessory dwelling unit. Report and recommend action. And I will turn it over to whoever is representing the applicant. I see there are several of you.
Yeah, that would be me. Good
Okay.
evening, everyone. How are you? My name is Scott Raisis. I'm the architect for Bjorn and Catherine Bergarbo, the owners of 3 Admiral Lane. As you all know, we're here this evening just to look for approval for accessory dwelling unit that has been shown in our drawings. We worked very closely with Brian and his team on the development of these documents because of the fact that this is rather a new type of structure, and it went very well. I'll keep my presentation pretty short and sweet. This is a pool house structure. It consists of a main level with a changing area, a bathroom, little kitchenette area, a living space with a fireplace, and then a second story with a ensuite bedroom space. The other amenities that are part of the application are the pool, a spa. There is a cooking pavilion or a outdoor cooking area that's going to be covered by a timber frame structure, all of which conform to the existing farmhouse design. So we kind of took that character of the architecture and we're repeating it and kind of enhancing the overall look for the property. I feel the property is a large property, and I think that the way the structures and amenities have been cited really don't conflict with any neighboring views, as illustrated in the landscape plan that we provided in our package. They're pretty well buffered everywhere around. Besides that, the only other amenity that we have on the property is a cold water rinsing station enclosure, but it's pretty simple, straightforward application. Like I said, we worked really closely with Brian and his team on developing the documents and the drawings. They were very helpful, and if you guys have any questions about the application, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
I know this is, I think, our first ADU that's standalone rebuilt. Curious how the process was for you, or how'd you find the complying with the regulations? Because we're hoping that more ADUs get built.
I have to say the compliance was tough. That 700 square feet was a tough square footage to deal with, especially when you have a second level. Obviously, if it was one level, piece of cake. But as soon as you add that second level and you add that staircase, it was rather difficult. But again, like I said, and I'm not just saying this. Brian and his team were great to work with. They were very responsive, and they really helped us through the whole process.
That's awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Tammy.
Thank you. Mr. Reese, is the 700 square feet just living space or was that the gross space?
It's just a living space.
The living, okay, good.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else? Okay, anything else from the applicant?
I don't think so. I think we did all the drainage calculations. I think Tom Nelson from Corner Engineers worked with the engineering department to put in a compliant system. I think they're happy with everything we're proposing. Besides that, I think you know, we're gonna have a nice little project, nice little structure to add to the town.
I mean, apart from this also being a pool house,
Mhm.
this is precisely what we were looking for in the regulation. I think that's why Mr. Cantor asked his questions. It sounds as if while you may have had some difficulty in meeting the requirements, the process itself was not onerous.
I would agree with that. There were some definitions that we had to struggle through a little bit with regard to building height and measurement and what complies and doesn't comply. But again, you know, we just worked that through with staff, and we all came to agreement. And you know, I think we were able together to create a nice looking structure that's not overwhelming on the property.
Okay, if there are no more questions, are we ready to act on this? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion, Lou.
Okay, Tammy has moved. Darius, were you seconding?
Yes.
Okay, Darius, I think was the first to second.
Can we have a discussion or question of the draft memo? I'm not sure if that happens now or if I should have asked for that earlier.
No, now would be fine.
That was right. Okay. I just am very excited. As this being the first attached one, I saw that in item number 4, the affidavit that the owner resides on the premises and that the rental duration is a minimum of 6 continuous months. Can you remind me, is the rental duration 6 continuous months? Is that part of the ADU standards?
Yes. Yep. That's a
Great.
regulation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on the document itself? Okay, if not, let's vote. I think we can do this with a show of hands. All those in favor?
Who's seated for this? Am I seated for this? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have 2 members out this evening, so everyone is seated. My apologies for not
Thanks.
saying that
Sorry.
at the beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up. Okay, looks as if it is unanimous.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We're proud to be the first.
All
Best
right.
of luck, Steve.
Congrats.
Have a good evening.
Thank
all.
you.
I think they need a plaque or something for the house.
We'll pick it up when we pick up the C of O.
Perfect, Brian, you got that right.
Second,
Yes.
piece of business under review and action on applications, 2023-53 LM. El Tequilazo, 99 Washington Street, live music request for El Tequilazo Restaurant, report and recommended action. Is there someone representing the applicant?
So I'll speak on that one, Mr. Chairman. Usually we don't ask the applicants to come in on these ones just to
Okay.
kind of save them some time, and they're kind of standard business. So El Tequilazo just submitted a sound report. They're a new restaurant down on Washington Street. The sound report indicates that they comply with the noise ordinance as long as they keep it under a certain decibel level. So we recommend that the application be approved, just with the condition that they comply with the noise ordinance.
Okay, any questions for Brian?
I have one question. Mike here.
Go ahead, Mike.
How is that enforced? Is it the police or is it the zoning staff?
So the police department ultimately enforces it since it's the noise ordinance. So they are the I guess the enforcement body behind the ordinance. But for whatever reason, the zoning regulations require that anytime a restaurant wants to have live music as an accessory use, it requires commission approval. So it's kind of this two-step process where we issue an approval, but the police department handles the enforcement.
Okay, I know I've been on the subject before, but I'll just remind everybody that I was on Washington Street once, and one of the bars, I don't have to name it, but they had their windows wide open. They had a DJ, and the music was blasting so loud that all the tables were empty at Match across the street because it was booming. And who wants to sit while I try to have dinner when there's like I'm in a club. I love to hear music loud too, but when I want to eat, I don't want to listen to the music coming out of a club across the street that's so loud that I can't talk. And so it was definitely affecting other businesses. I went over to Match, and I was on my bicycle and I was riding through, and I went over to Match and I asked them, is that bothering you? They said, yes, none of our customers want to sit outside. So I went over across the street. I'm not authorized to enforce zoning ordinances, obviously. I'm not a member of the staff. But I just told the guy that he was in violation of his zoning approval, his zoning permit, and that he needed to shut the windows. Well, they screamed. People came out from the back. They gathered around me. They started screaming at me. I called the police because I was actually being threatened. And so I let the police handle it after that. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut, but I was trying to do Match a favor and all the other restaurants too on the street. And these people didn't want to be told that their windows had to be closed. I don't know what happened because I got out of there before the police arrived, but it was just it was such a blatant violation of just common courtesy that I was shocked that they thought they could do that. And that happens a lot. It's not just this one place across from Match. There are windows open, and it's so loud sometimes. And I love a vibrant urban environment as much as anybody else, but in New York City that would never fly, or Brooklyn, or any city that has more enforcement mechanisms. It just wouldn't fly because you have residences upstairs that are affected. You have other businesses on the street that are affected. So I'll continue to call the police when I see that happening. I just wanted everybody to be aware of it. If you see it, just call the police and tell them that they're in violation of a zoning of their the noise ordinance, but also their zoning permit because they have to have the windows closed. Even if it's a hot summer night, they should have their AC on and their windows closed, because it's a quality of life issue for everybody on the street and that lives there. Thank you for listening to me.
Good story.
A quick follow-up on that. Is there a process for revoking the permit in the case of enforcement action and otherwise?
So we put a condition on, so anything that you guys approve, if they violate any conditions on it, that we can revoke their approval. There's also always the sort of, because it's an ordinance and the police department is the enforcer of it, they could always pull their liquor permit, which is kind of, what keeps these places in business. So that's kind of like the looming, the thing that really makes them want to, stay in compliance.
But Brian, is there any communication between the police and the zoning staff when there is a violation or when there are multiple violations?
Yeah. The police department's always good about reaching out to us if there's a violation, and we do the same with them.
Okay.
And I know the ordinance committee on the council has discussed this as well.
Okay.
Listening, everybody.
All right. Let's move on. We have 2 public hearings this evening.
You need to take action, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, my, yes, sorry about that. Still just a little bit of brain fog. Can I have a motion to approve the request for live music?
That we approve.
Okay, Darius is moved. Nick, did I see your hand as a second? All right, Nick is seconded. Again, I think we can do this with a show of hands. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Now we can move on to the public hearings. The first is 2023-41 R/SP Wegmans Food Markets, Inc., 47 Richards Avenue and 677, 667 and 651 Connecticut Avenue. Zoning regulation text amendment to allow for additional signage in the business number 1 zone and special permit application for signage for Wegmans. Attorney Klein, you're representing Wegmans, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks so much. Mr.
I'm
Chairman.
sorry. I'm gonna, again, I should explain before you begin.
Please.
For those listening, how the public hearing process works, so there's no confusion. First, the applicant will describe the project to the and the project in this case being signage. During which the commission members are free to ask any questions they have. When that process is completed, we open it up to the public. At that point, Brian will explain how you can raise your hand to indicate that you want to speak. We ask that you make your comments collegial in nature. And we also ask that you make them as brief as you can, but we at the same time remind you that you only have one opportunity to speak. So make sure that you say everything that's important to you. What you're saying is not a conversation, it's simply commenting on the application. Once all of the public comments have been made, we turn it back to the applicant to respond to the comments they've heard. And again, commission members are free to ask any questions they wish. When that process is completed, we'll move on to action. We can approve, we can deny, we can put off decision-making if we feel that it's necessary. With that, Attorney Klein, I apologize. I'll turn it over to you.
No need, and thanks so much for clarifying the ground rules here. For the record, Jay Klein, I'm a partner at Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy, here tonight on behalf of Wegmans Food Markets, Inc. Also joined by definitely familiar faces, especially by now, Steve Leedy, the project manager for Wegmans. He's in the bottom left of my screen here. John Plant, our traffic engineer, who has assisted on this project since its inception, and my colleague, Dan Chappell, who you all may remember from our meeting last month. We're here to discuss the pending regulation amendment and special permit application. Collectively, I think these applications are just as much about safety as they are about signage. And some of what we say may sound redundant when compared to the meeting that we had back on the 16th of August. Kind of building on Chairman Schulman's comments, this being a public hearing, we just want to make sure we are putting everything on the record that we need to, so that you all can make the best decision possible. So if it's okay with everyone, I'll share my screen here and put up just a brief presentation that we've put together for this evening. As you all may recall, when Wegmans first contemplated coming to Connecticut and coming to Norwalk specifically, the plan was really focused on the MBI parcel located at 47 Richards Avenue. What was nice about that property, besides being amply sized, is that there were two access points, one off of Keeler Avenue and one off of Richards Avenue. However, Mr. Leedy and the rest of the Wegmans team, advised by John Plant and the professionals at Langen, believe that providing supplemental access really off of Connecticut Avenue would be a huge advantage for not only future customers, but folks who are traveling up and down Connecticut Avenue, Keeler, and Richards Avenue alike. By providing multiple curb cuts, this would optimize traffic on all three roadways and reduce the potential for adverse traffic impacts experienced on any individual street. Took a lot of effort, took a lot of time, took, quite frankly, a lot of money to make that happen. But Wegmans was able to purchase these three properties, 677, 667, and 651 Connecticut Avenue, to gain access to Connecticut Avenue. In addition to providing that access, the 651 curb cut is signalized, which provides even more value to the project. Here's the approved site plan that you all remember from last summer. As I said, a signalized intersection here, a right in, right out curb cut here, and fully operational access points at Keeler Avenue and at Richards Avenue. Richards being on the left side of my screen, and Keeler, of course, being on the right side of my screen. The intersections really only function as intended if customers know that all of them are available to get to their destination, which we think many will be going to Wegmans once the store is opened. And in order for that to happen, we need to have appropriate signage, particularly signage along Connecticut Avenue, given the fact that the grocery store will be effectively invisible from that frontage. So we'll review the wall signage that we had proposed in our application package, and then get into the ground and directional signs that we discussed. What I'll say at the outset is that we received a good amount of feedback, not just from you all on the 16th, but from your staff throughout the application process that's really carried on since the middle of this summer. And we've incorporated a lot of the feedback that you provided us into the final materials that we're presenting to you all this evening. I think since they've come to Connecticut and come to Norwalk, Wegmans has really made it a priority to collaborate with the city and the city leadership. And I think this is, I hope you will all agree that this is another example of that collaboration. So here we have the wall signage proposed for the grocery store at 47 Richards Avenue. The primary challenge to getting appropriate wall signage on a building like this under the existing zoning regulations is really twofold. One, this building is over 250 feet away from Keeler Avenue. So it's quite a healthy setback from the street. And the signage rights that are currently contemplated by the zoning regs would look at a scale with the approved building. The proposed sign regulations will allow for appropriately sized signage that's really to scale and architecturally consistent with the building that you all approved. And as you can see, the signage, this is on the east elevation. So this is the elevation facing out towards Keeler Avenue. Two appropriate signs will be located there. And then one additional Wegmans sign for the southerly facade, which fronts along I-95. Another piece of wall signage that, again, something not necessarily contemplated by the existing sign regulations, is a parking structure that's set back a couple hundred feet from the street line. Again, this wall signage or signage on the parking garage that was approved last year will help facilitate wayfinding and help folks know where they can park and and then eventually get to the grocery store. This sign right here will be visible on the north side of the parking garage. So I'm going to scroll back on our site plan. This sign is approximately located right here. So folks traveling down this curb cut will see this sign for the parking garage and be able to park accordingly. And then there will be one additional Wegman sign on the easterly facade, the Keeler Avenue facade of the parking garage. And here's a rendering that depicts that signage on the garage. And you can see the makings of the signage, of course, on the grocery store itself. I think the outbuildings, the commercial building approved for 677 and 651 Connecticut Avenue. I think there was a general consensus that the signage we're showing here is appropriate on both of these buildings. The primary challenge there was some nuances in the current regulations about maximum height for signs and location of certain signs that are or not allowed depending on what elevation you're on. The amendment that we proposed clarifies, that really allows an appropriate height standard for this type of signage. And I think importantly, the total square footage of wall signage on both of these buildings remains under the maximum that's permitted in the regulations today. So not, I don't think, an aggressive amount of signage there. And this is just an overall site plan depicting where various signs are located. And just in our prior conversations with staff and our prior session on the 16th, I think the one of the primary points of interest were the ground signs, the signs labeled freestanding signs on this exhibit. And one piece of feedback that we really heard loud and clear had to do with 6 foot tall, directional signs on Keeler Avenue and on Richards Avenue. You'll recall back in August, we had originally contemplated 2 of those signs at each curb cut. So 2 signs on Keeler Avenue, 2 signs on Richards Avenue. We heard a number of you saying, we think 2 is a bit excessive at those curb cuts. We'd rather you have 1 at each curb cut. We think 1 makes sense. And we have agreed to modify our plan accordingly so that there'll be 1 sign at each of these curb cuts rather than the 2 that we had originally contemplated. And the other ground signs are to be located along Connecticut Avenue. The originally contemplated signs for both curb cuts are shown on this exhibit. Freestanding sign A was proposed to be located at 677 Connecticut Avenue, the right in, right out intersection, and freestanding sign B is proposed to be located at 651 Connecticut Avenue, the signalized intersection further east down Connecticut Avenue or Route 1. One other big piece of feedback that we received from you all had to do with the height of these signs. There was a question as to whether or not 2 15-foot tall signs were really warranted so close to one another along Connecticut Avenue. And we think, that 15 feet was the right number. We re-engaged John Plant, our traffic expert, who provided a memorandum earlier this week to the city that really summarized the need for right size signage, given the width and number of drive lanes on Connecticut Avenue and the typical speed that folks travel on that road. You want a sign that's tall enough so that people will notice. And if I scroll back to our site plan, that they notice as they're driving down to Connecticut Avenue, so that folks don't drive by it, but have enough time to see a sign, make a safe and effective turning movement to then get to where they want to go, whether that be down this access point or down this access point. With that said, we did, like I said, internalize the feedback that you all provided us and are willing, should we earn your approval this evening, would be willing to modify the height of freestanding sign A. So the sign that would be located at this unsignalized right in, right out intersection. And we'd be willing to reduce the size of that, or the height of that sign, from 15 feet down to 10 feet. This sign would still feature the same, top end finishings in terms of the brick paneling that we're showing on all our other ground signs. We think 10 feet, again, we would have preferred a little taller, but Wegmans understands that it's important to collaborate with the city, just as they did with the solar panels, just as they did with the other various traffic signalization and sidewalk and pedestrian improvements that were part of the original plan. So they're happy to add this to the list of items that we've compromised on, I think, and this will still result in a safe sign for the intersection. We still think that a 15-foot sign, freestanding sign B, is appropriate for 651 Connecticut Avenue, the signalized intersection, given that that will be likely a primary access point for many customers. And I believe the staff memo concluded as much as well, that 15 feet is still appropriate for this location. And we hope that 10 feet, is an acceptable compromise for everyone here this evening. I know there was a question about the Wells Fargo sign that exists on the property today, whether that could be removed. It can't. Wells Fargo is a tenant that predates Wegmans' purchase of these properties, and they have as part of their leasehold, they have a right to maintain that sign. So we can't remove it, but not necessary to do so either, given the fact that we'll have the 15-foot sign hopefully at the signalized intersection. There's the modified freestanding sign A that we're hoping to collaborate with you all on this evening. And, just as a point of comparison, we think respectfully, no disrespect to any other signs up and down Connecticut Avenue, we think ours are, certainly a step up in terms of design with your typical ground or pole sign that you may see out there today. And here's
Attorney Klein, my only concern at the moment is the right turn in, right turn out. I can't tell from anything you've provided, but what I don't want to see is people attempting to make a left-hand turn into that when left-hand turn is not permitted there, and in fact is a hazard. So I think it's appropriate that you've scaled it back. I personally don't know what the right height is, and I'm wondering if the staff has had a conversation with TMP regarding that issue.
Yeah, so we reached out to TMP as well, just to kind of get their take on it and if there's any real traffic safety implications as far as, what a right size is for height. And they sort of reiterated the same sort of concerns that we had as far as, essentially the most important part of the signage is when you're exiting the site, you want to be able to have clean sight lines to see around signs, especially if you're taking a right on red. So, they expressed the same sort of concerns. They said at the end of the day, a 15-foot high sign is going to block your sight lines as much as a 6-foot high sign would be. So, I don't think there's a right answer as far as what the right height is, but I can understand the applicant's concern that they want, when you're driving on Route 1 to be able to find the business or find Wegmans. What we were really looking at was currently today, you could only do one 15-foot high sign. And then this second right in, right out is supposed to be acting as sort of a secondary entryway and secondary exit point, which is why our position was to go with the 6-foot high sign. So, a compromise as a 10-foot high sign is sort of up for the commission to evaluate. I think it's certainly an improvement over a second 15-foot high sign, but that's kind of where we had our discussions with the applicant as we worked through the process.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll turn it back to Attorney Klein.
Sure. And it, now might be a good time too. We have John Plant here who may be able to speak to the sightline issue, I think, better than I. John, if you want to take a moment to address that comment.
Sure, Jason. Again, John Plant with Langen Engineering. The right-in, right driveway has a large DOT standard channelization island restricting left turns out and in. Obviously, physically, if someone wants to do it, they can, but it is definitely designed to discourage left turns in from Connecticut Ave. There will also be regulatory signage, do not enter, no left turn, that kind of signage at that to address that concern also. And the key, and Jason mentioned it early in the presentation, one of the keys to the success of the managing the traffic for this facility is these multiple locations, and identifying this right in, right out driveway to vehicles coming from the west, west to east on Connecticut Ave, is an important element of that management of traffic. So having that sign be visible and substantial enough to gain the attention of vehicles on that road, that making sure they're being able to see over the vehicle in front of them. So the height is important for that sight line to the sign, and letting them know this is where you should go in if you're coming from that direction, which relieves pressure on the signalized intersection, taking traffic out of that location and getting it into the site before the signal. So this sign A in the height is an important element of addressing that circulation and making sure this driveway does get utilized.
Thanks, John. And just turning to, I think this is a view of, Connecticut Avenue, showing some views here on our PowerPoint, showing the multiple lanes that we have. This is the 15-foot sign rendered, so the 10-foot sign would still be shorter. We just think a 6-foot sign, as you heard from John, our traffic expert, it's not going to be adequate. And cars that miss the opportunity to take a right turn into the site at the 677 entrance will just add to queuing and reduce the, I'd say, the optimized utilization of the traffic signal further up the road. So it's about balancing a number of factors, and we think safety and that traffic concern, which is always when people come out to a hearing, right, what's one of their top concerns? It's traffic, and these signs are about making sure the traffic functions correctly, and as we all hope it will, or anticipated it will, when this project was approved last year. So I think a 10-foot sign is a nice compromise without adversely impacting the performance that we want to get out of that sign from a wayfinding and health and safety concern.
I don't disagree with anything you just said. What I'm saying is I don't know, however, if a 10-foot sign is a danger, if it might encourage people to make that illegal left-hand turn. That's my concern.
Yep.
I understand how it works for you.
Yep.
And I don't really have a problem with that.
Yep.
I just have a problem with whether it's a potential hazard in that it may encourage people to make that left-hand turn.
Mr. Chair, if I might add, maintaining the 15-foot sign at location B at the signalized driveway, that adds, your comment adds to the importance of that sign, and making sure that's visible for vehicles heading on Connecticut Ave South, which would be the only vehicles that, if they don't turn there, would be the ones you'd be concerned with. So we're intercepting most. We want to intercept all those left turns on Connecticut Ave at the signalized driveway. That's why we're extending the turn lane to accommodate that. So that when we did the analysis, those left turns are coming in that driveway, captured by that driveway, captured by that sign, the prominence of that sign. Thus, the amount of vehicles still heading south and that would potentially take a left turn into that right in on red, we think we've captured those at the signalized intersection.
Mr. Plant, is the sign that is on the secondary access, does it have printing on both sides?
Yes.
Why would it need the printing on the side that you don't want to make a left-hand turn at? I'm just asking.
Yeah, name recognition. I hear what you're saying. Name recognition, not having a big empty sign on one side.
I don't know what it would say, but it would seem like if you didn't have the printing on that side, it probably would stop people from making a left-hand turn, and those that were coming for a right-hand turn would see it fine. I'm a big fan of having signs that show where entrances are. My GPS tells me about 150 feet before I get where I'm going that I've reached my destination, and invariably there's no sign and I drive right by it. So I get it. I'm just wondering, why you would need the printing on that side.
I mean, there is another building with a tenant in it, in the importance of signage in both directions for, just for awareness, not necessarily for vehicle movement and direction, but from a retail business standpoint, I know that's important also to tenants, making sure they can be recognized wherever they are.
Absolutely. And I just think it's worth noting too that we haven't seen any comments from TMP that would indicate that this illegal, well, it's a good question. I'm glad we're fleshing it out here tonight. That wasn't a concern raised by TMP or the P&Z department staff to date. So I think the controls that John mentioned will deter and prevent left-hand turns, and optimizing the signage at the 651 access point will make sure those left turners are captured and are entering the store where they're supposed to.
But the people who miss the turns are the worst ones afterwards, though.
They do have, again, this is a grocery store, so at a certain point in time, people will have a familiarity because they come to shop here more than once. Sure. It's not necessarily a one-time destination thing. So if they do miss the signalized driveway, they can go down Richards and enter that driveway, and people will create an equilibrium as we talked about when we were talking about traffic. And that's why we wanted multiple access points.
Yeah, that's right, John. That's a good point. What John mentioned. If there is that left turner who does miss this, they will have an opportunity to turn left at Richards and enter the grocery store. So this isn't there's belts and suspenders, and then, and then some in terms of making sure this all functions properly.
Related to the current conversation, great point, Richard, on the left turn deterrence. I wonder if the backside of the sign, we're going to discourage that left turn into freestanding sign A, maybe around opening or initial use, like have either like one of those portable signs that can point people straight ahead and to turn onto at the next left. Or maybe, if that backside of the sign isn't blank, to have some sort of wayfinding to encourage people to continue on and, take the next left and not turn left into that.
Yeah, that's all suggestions that could be done. I would propose that would be some of the observations on operations that, if in those initial months there is an issue, say, and then deploy some mitigation, temporary mitigation to provide direction.
Yeah, Mike here. Was somebody else going to say something?
No, go ahead, Mike.
I don't want to talk over anybody, but it's kind of self-regulating. If somebody tries to make a left there, they're going to get honked at by the typical Norwalk driver who doesn't tolerate that kind of nonsense. And I shouldn't say this, but I turn illegally into Coles all the time in that restricted lane, because the light cycle is so short to turn in to Coles at their main entrance that sometimes it takes 2 light cycles, and I'm sitting there and I just go, well, nobody's behind me, nobody's coming the other way, and I'm just going to turn in there and never got a ticket. So I am now on the record of having violated the law on in front of Coles just down the street from here. But I think it's going to get complicated to not have the Wegmans name on both sides. It does announce that that's an entrance. It's a pretty obvious that it's going to be a no left turn permitted, just by the physical layout of the driveway, and because it's going to have a curve in, it's not going to have an easy. You really have to be a really good driver to get from the left lane heading south into that. You probably hit the curb. So and I was advocating for the 14-foot sign or 15-foot sign at both locations. I think the 10-foot is a nice compromise between the 6 and the 15, and the 10-foot still looks big enough to be safe. So I think that was a good effort by the applicant to appease some of the people who thought the signs were too big. But I think the 15, relative to all the other signs, I've mentioned this before, relative to all the other signs on Connecticut Avenue, 15 feet is quite short, just in the stretch of photos that were just shown, the Burger King, et cetera. So, yeah, and even that Walmart sign, I'm not sure how tall that is, but I guess 20 feet, just by what I'm seeing. So that's going to be shorter than that one, and that one looks kind of squat in that environment. So, and then I brought up this 60-foot tall sign at Best Buy, which I don't think you got a picture of, but I mean, you could see that from Darien, down by Post Road Diner. That's what we used to have up and down Connecticut Avenue back in the 60s and 70s. So that's been phased out. And I think we're just splitting hairs talking about 15 feet or 10 feet, but if all the other commissioners are okay with the 10 feet, I am too. I think it looks pretty good.
I think, just if I may quickly, in the middle there, Commissioner Ishak, to your point too, like I said, we're proud, especially, and again, no disrespect to our future neighbors up and down Route 1, we think our signs stack up nicely to these. If one of our signs were prohibited to have, text on one side, I mean, we'd be the only sign that I can think of up and down Connecticut Avenue that would have that prohibition. And I just think that would be a that doesn't jive with, the effort and the investment that we've all made into what's really going to be a marquee project, not just for the city, but for the region. I mean, this is the first, Wegmans to come to Connecticut, and that would be a bit odd to not allow them the same signage rights that all these other folks have up and down the street. So just wanted to add that as well.
Yeah, so I would think that both sides is essential, and I am not going to fall on the sword of keeping both signs at the bigger size. But I was arguing for safety, public safety, as you already mentioned, in terms of people being able to see it at night. I'll say quickly, the store is going to be open in the dark quite a lot because our winters are long. It gets dark at 4:30, and so for 6 months out of the year, it's going to be nighttime when people are driving to Wegmans. And so to have that sign, I'm sure it'll be lit, but I mean, to have the sign taller rather than shorter, to me, is a safety issue. So I don't think 15 feet is really at all an outrageous height. It just probably sounds that way. I don't know, to some people for some reason. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Steve Leedy, Wegmans Food Markets.
Yeah.
Good to see you all again. Just a couple comments from what I've heard here. One is I think there was a remark about the opening week or weeks of traffic as the store opens and people get acclimated with the traffic patterns that are going to exist out there. We will be partnering with the City of Norwalk Police Department and all local agencies to provide extra police and patrols at all of these intersections. I think you'll be impressed with the plan. We've already had interaction with the police department and preliminary discussions on that. So we will be monitoring it. The safety of our customers it is most important to us. And if we see that actually being an issue on a left turn into an area that is not allowed to have left turns, we will react to it. And I'm not a traffic engineer, but as John explained to me here, the left-hand turn lanes, right? When you're coming southbound, there's a left-hand turn lane that we're actually extending for the signalized intersection. That left-hand turn lane ends. So if you wanted to make a left turn into the right in, right out, you would have to do it out of a through lane of traffic. If you go another 100, 150 feet, you will have the opportunity for another left-hand turn lane that takes you down Richards, and it would be a much easier path for you to take. So that would really discourage people from taking a left into that right in, right out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we've talked about a lot of good ideas and created some, Wegmans came up with some new solutions. And I think sometimes we can't anticipate every turn that a driver is going to make. And I think if we look at the example up the street of, Chick-fil-A, I'm sure when planning and zoning approved that they thought everything was going to work out just fine. But I think we would like to trust the applicant that if we end up with some type of a problem, we address it and try to come up with a solution. And we just might not be able to anticipate what that problem is sitting here looking at it from, an aerial point of view. And maybe Wegmans would just, like Mr. Leapy said, that he would work with us. I think we should appreciate that and take him at his word.
Thanks, Tammy.
You're welcome.
Okay, Attorney Klein.
Sure. I think just another point of interest here. I'm told by Mr. Plant that Langen is a partner with, I use Google Maps. I know there are a ton of Waze. There are a bunch of others out there. Langen is a partner with various map apps and can have folks directed, when folks are coming, traveling, I guess, east to west. have them directed to turn left at the signalized intersection. So that's, something, I think that's pretty cool. That's something that we can do, as Miss Langalis said, just another proactive step that we can take, do all that we can now. And as Mr. Leedy said, just be able to react and be prepared for whatever comes, in 2025 when we open, because there's no one who wants, a safer operation more than the folks at Wegmans. I think they've shown that, for the past several years as we've all been working on this. I think briefly in terms of, since we do have that regulation amendment application as well, just a couple of points on that. There was a comment on, whether the original proposal was too narrow. We brought in the scope so that, the regulation is applicable to the entirety of the B1 zone. Property owners who are able to create parcels, multiple parcels with shared points of access could avail themselves of the regulation. However, and I think importantly, this is an important part of the regulation we proposed that sets it apart from really, I don't want to say all, but probably 99 or 95%, somewhere around there, of the signage applications that the city gets. You folks don't see signage a lot, right? That's because most signs are just approved over the counter. And as long as they comply with the basic requirements, that the city doesn't really have any authority or control or opportunity to review. The signs that are permitted here, or would be permitted and would be allowed under the regulation amendment, will require a special permit application to you all, the P&Z Planning and Zoning Commission, a public hearing, notice to neighbors, and just a public review, which is really enhanced when you consider your typical signage process. And I think another comment that we incorporated, again, reducing the number of permitted directional signs in the text, and just some, I think, administrative stuff in terms of organization that we had incorporated in terms of being responsive in the affirmative to feedback we received from your staff. So not as exciting as the signs, but something that we just want to say on the record while we are all here.
Are there any other questions for Attorney Klein or any other members of the Wegmans team? Okay. Attorney Klein, does that complete your presentation?
Yeah, it does. I mean, if there are any folks from the public, I don't know if anyone's here to comment from the public.
We'll take care of that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Brian, would you explain to members of the public how they can access this hearing?
Sure. So for anyone from the public, if you'd like to speak about this application, you can use the raise your hand tool. It's at the bottom of your screen. You click that once. And if you're dialed in on a phone, you could hit *9. Then I'll start bringing people over. First, we have Elsa Obachowski.
Hello, thank you. Since I'm here, I actually tuned in to speak at the next public hearing, but since I'm here, I just want to say as a potential.
I apologize, Ms. Obachowski. One thing I failed to mention. Can you just give us your name and your address, please?
Oh, yes, excuse me. It's Elsa Peterson Obachowski, 41 East Avenue, Norwalk.
Thank you.
Right. So as a potential customer of Wegmans, I think it would be really confusing to have a large sign with writing on only one side. I can imagine myself getting really confused driving in one direction or another on Connecticut Avenue and saying, wasn't there a sign for Wegmans here? Why am I not seeing this? So I think that would be confusing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rich Bonifant.
Evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Rich Bonifant, 17 Park Hill Avenue. I just want to throw in a comment that, if you're going to change the sign regulations just for one person, don't forget everybody else along Connecticut Avenue, Westport Avenue, and Main Avenue is entitled to the same thing. So be careful how you approach this, all right? You know, you're gonna change the regulations altogether, then everybody else is entitled to the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if anyone else is looking to speak, you could use the raise your hand tool. It's at the bottom of your screen. You click it once. If you're dialing on a phone, you hit *9. Doesn't look like anyone else, Mr. Schulman.
Okay, then we'll turn it back to Attorney Klein.
Great. Thanks so much. And thanks to our neighbors for participating in the hearing tonight. Ms. Obachowski, couldn't agree more. It would be rather confusing. So we hope, that we'll get the sign approved per what we've proposed at the 10-foot height. I think Steve Leedy's comment about the police presence in the opening weeks, should provide extra comfort too, that folks will acclimate to the site appropriately. In terms of Mr. Bonafante's comment about the regulation amendment, not only will the regulation amendment require special permit approval, but it will also require that anyone who seeks sign, that there are a couple controlling factors, right? In order to avail yourself of the off-premises signage, which I think is really the hallmark of the regulation amendment, that's only available to a building that's set back 250 feet. So a use that has some visibility challenges to it. And before the commission can approve any signage allowed under the regulation amendment, you'd have to find that the signage proposed will facilitate wayfinding and the safe, vehicular and pedestrian activity to and from the site. Again, we think our site meets those standards, given the fact that the Wegmans is not visible from Connecticut Avenue, given that it is set back so far away. And anyone else who wants signage under this tool will have to prove those health and safety, make a health and safety case to all of you. And quite frankly, I think as Mr. Mishak and others have said, we want signs that encourage safe vehicular activity. So there'll certainly be plenty of control under this regulation. There's not a concern in my part, and I don't think on staff's part, that approval of the regulation amendment will lead to some adverse signage conditions up and down the B1 zone. So.
Yeah, I think just to jump on what Jay just said is this text amendment it's limited to the business 1 zone, which is just that strip of land sandwiched on the south side of Connecticut Ave between Connecticut Ave and I-95. So that's the only zone where this is applicable to.
Any further questions for Attorney Klein? All right.
I have a comment, if I might.
Go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to know if there was printing on both sides of the sign, and the answer to me was satisfactory. I do feel like it should be 15 feet, not 10, and maybe with the extra 5 feet, they could say next left on that side. But that's all. That's all my comment.
Okay. Anything else before we close out the hearing? Anything else from Attorney Klein? All right.
Not for me, no.
Okay, then we will close the hearing and move on to action.
Thank you all.
Can we put up the resolution?
So again, it's a two-parter. So again, you have the action on the text amendment first, and then after, should you approve, you'd have action on the special permit. And then kind of while we're considering this, I'll point out this application, it was referred to WestCog. They did not indicate any sort of concerns with it, and it had been referred to the town of Darien. So all required parties have been notified. And so, sorry, just to jump in, Mike, before there's just a couple things to point out. So this is the language that's copy and pasted from the applicant. There was one concern that we had discussed with them, which was letter height on the ground signs, so this is a new blurb right here highlighted. So this is just to make sure that when they propose or come in with their ground sign proposals, that the letter height is allowed to be what they've proposed. And then one other change which staff prefers is the applicant had wanted to put sort of those what we refer to as sandwich boards or A-frame signs sort of at the entrance of the Wegmans stores for sales or anything like that. They had originally called them portable or wind saver signs. To us, it's portable is a broad term, and wind saver sounds like those tall ones that blow in the wind that a lot of businesses have that are illegal in Norwalk. So we would prefer that we call them sandwich boards or A-frame signs, which the applicant has indicated is okay with them. And I believe those are really the only two changes.
I agree with both of those changes. For the item E, can we replicate that as well after the colon? Because it calls it a portable wind saver again after the colon later on that same line. Cool. I prefer the sandwich board and A-frame as well. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve?
I'd actually like to ask one thing before we do that.
Yeah, sure, Mike.
Or I can make the motion to approve and then discuss what it is. I'll do that. I'll make the motion to approve the resolution.
Oh, before you speak then, is there a second?
I guess I could.
Okay, so Hector has seconded. Mike, go ahead.
Why don't we just do a straw poll on the 15 versus 10 feet? Because I'm with Richard on this. The 15 feet on both signs would be fine, but
Like just to jump it, so you don't have to address that at this point. So the text gives them the ability to do either. It's the special permit where you can that's where you can kind of debate the.
Okay, so we'll talk about it when we
got it.
Talk about the special permit. All right, we have a motion to approve. We have a second. Is there any discussion? Again, this is just on the text amendment. All right, if there is none, let's do a roll call.
Sure. Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Patches?
Yes.
Mr. Cantor?
Abstain.
Ms. Langalis?
Yes.
Mr. Bryce?
Yes.
Ms. Dabashnik?
Yes.
Mr. Mushak?
Yes.
Mr. Rowena? You're muted, Mr. Rowena.
Yes.
And Mr. Schulman?
Yes.
All right, so that passes.
Okay, text amendment passes. Let's put up the language for the special permit.
And so what I'll point out with this language was, so 2, this is obviously what Mr. Mushak would like to discuss. And then 3, the applicant had addressed where the current Wells Fargo lease does not allow them to essentially move their sign, or they're going to keep their sign. So consider striking that from any sort of condition.
Okay.
Well, 4.3, do you leave that in for, let's say Wells Fargo leaves and the new tenant moves in, that tenant, you could potentially change it then?
I think it's possible to leave. I think the only issue is that how they've designed freestanding sign B is it has that opening at the bottom, whereas this you'd sort of have to catch this before the sign's installed.
I don't feel that strongly, I believe so.
And remember the photo of the Wells Fargo sign, because I wouldn't have remembered it off the top of my head. But the photo that they just showed had it, it is set back quite a bit off the road compared to where the Wegmans signs are going to go, which are out at the end because they're more wayfinding signs, so they're going to be out by the entrance. The Wells Fargo sign is, you know, is looks like it's visually not going to conflict with the signage that we're talking about.
All right, can I have a motion to approve the special permit?
When do we
I'll
talk
make the
about
motion, but
sign height?
yeah, what about the sign height?
We'll do it the way we were going to do it with the last one. We'll have an approval, a second, and then we'll have conversation before we vote.
Okay.
So that it can be, if necessary, it can be amended.
All right, I'll make the approval, Lou. Tammy.
All right, so Tammy is moving. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And Richard is seconding. Okay, discussion. My feeling is
I'm a 15-footer.
I understand that, Mike. My feeling is Wegmans finds the 10-foot, although they'd prefer the 15, finds the 10 adequate. I think 10 feet is actually more than adequate, and would like to keep it at that height. I don't see a reason to make it taller when the applicant is willing to accept the shorter sign.
I think that the applicant has made it pretty clear that they would like to have it 15 feet, but they're willing to compromise because so far their application right from the beginning has been pretty spectacular. I feel like 15 feet would be better than 10, especially if they would agree to say next left turn on the southbound side.
All right, well, I think Mike's idea was not a bad one. Is there further conversation on this?
Lou, I'd like to add my support to the 15-foot tall because people will be able to see it further in advance when they're coming down the road in either direction, and that will give them more time to anticipate when they want to turn. And it's certainly lower than the Walmart sign across the street, which will be changed to a Target sign sometime in the near future. But I think for safety, believe it or not, I'm not a big visual pollution lover, but I think it might be better for safety's sake. That's all. On Connecticut Avenue, that is.
Yeah, I agree with Tammy. We have to think of safety, and we're going to have a good amount of traffic coming from basically everywhere because everyone is looking at coming to Wegmans, and the 15, I think, will achieve that purpose of making it a distinction and safe for everyone.
Well, I would, again, I feel 10 feet is, number one, more than adequate, and number two, based on what they've said themselves, this is a place people are going to come to multiple times. They're going to learn where they need to turn. It's only, frankly, in the early weeks and months that a larger sign may be of some help. It frankly, at least in my view, becomes unnecessary in fairly short order. And I don't see the need for it to be 15 feet.
We just take a poll and move on.
All right, why don't we do that? All those in favor of 15-foot sign, raise your hands. Can we have a staff member count? 1, 2, 3, Is that 4?
Looks like 4.
Okay, all those opposed? 1, 2, 3, looks 4.
The tie.
All right, Nick, we need you to be the tiebreaker.
Can I be the
Wait,
tiebreaker?
Abstaining again?
Yes,
You're abstaining?
I am. I honestly, I don't feel strongly one way or the other, and I can't follow the 10 versus 15. So
I'm the same way. It's not like 15 is going to make a huge difference. Like Tammy said, we have to consider the safety of people. We're going to have a lot of people coming in, but at the same time, Lou has the perfect case where the first couple of weeks are going to be difficult, but once people know where they are going, they are not going to have any issue. So it could be either way, the 10 or the 15. If the applicant is willing to compromise, I think we should be good enough with doing the 10.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards 10 because the 15-foot sign doesn't seem to be that far off down the road as well. And so, someone's traveling that direction or traveling the other direction, has a chance to see the much taller sign at a larger distance. So I think a smaller sign helps with the visual appeal of the area and not detracting from it further.
We have to think that most people now use a GPS from their phones. So the phone is going to tell them where to turn. So it's going to be very slim chances they're going to miss it.
I agree. And I like how the applicant stated that they can work with some of the apps and the navigation applications to help with good routing. So I encourage them to do that. I don't think it's appropriate to make that a condition, but I encourage them to do that and have them use the best entrance for their route.
Which is kind of why I concur with a lot of what Chairman Schulman had to say.
All right, let's try this straw poll one more time. Those in favor of the 15-foot height, raise your hands, please. 1, 2, 3. Now, unless I'm miscounting, it looks like 3. Those in favor of 10 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's 10 feet. We have a motion to approve the resolution. Again, let's do a roll call vote on this.
And then just before, is the commission okay with striking this language from the condition, which was moving the Wells Fargo sign, which the applicant stated?
Since they can't control,
Yes. Right,
and
okay.
we can't control, yes. And just a question. I know that we've it's been said that we shouldn't ask the applicant to necessarily work with Google and the other search engines that one would use for directions. But it might be a nice thing to do both for the public and for the applicant to put a note in here that the applicant has voluntarily agreed to work with those apps to help in wayfinding to the store. Anybody have a feeling on adding a statement like that?
Those happen automatically. The companies for search engines, they have their cars all around, so I don't think we need to add that.
Okay, that's fine. Just
Oh, and I'll just say, Wegmans can always put a slight berm and raise the sign a couple of feet because it's measured from the ground level around the sign. Nothing will stop them from putting it on a little hill. 3 feet tall and making it 13 feet. And planning and zoning staff will have to approve it because there's nothing in here that says the grade has to be 5 feet away from the sign or anything like that. So I'm kind of joking, but I'm also saying there are creative ways to make the sign taller and it's still a 10-foot sign.
Except for the grading plan that was part of the application.
Oh,
Let's
well,
all
right.
Let's do.
You'll
the
be
roll-
out there with your survey machine.
Let's do the roll call on this.
Sure. Ms. Tabashnik,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Patches,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Abstaining.
Ms. Langalis,
Yes.
Mr. Bryce,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
Is approved.
Okay.
So much, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
All right. We're going to move on to our second public hearing. That's 2023-01 POCD. Planning and Zoning Commission amendment to the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, the POCD, to adopt the Norwalk Industrial Waterfront Land Use Plan dated September 2022 as an addendum to the POCD. Steve, this is, I believe, a staff presentation.
Yes, sir. Give me 1 sec. I'm trying to get it into. There we go. My laptop is moving very slowly. Sorry about that. Well. Can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. So just gonna, and I know I'm sure there's a lot of public that would like to speak, so I'm going to go as quickly and efficiently as possible. Just wanted to give a little bit of background. And I believe there's probably specific areas of the study people have the most concern with, so I'll try to focus on those areas. But just to give you a little bit about how we got to this point, what the recommendations are, and what the changes were from the initial draft to the draft that's in front of you for consideration tonight. Starting back when the citywide plan was adopted in 2019, one of the key recommendations that came out of that plan was to look at zoning holistically for the city and redo the zoning, which we've been spending a lot of time over the last 6 months on, and also looking at several planning areas. And one of those was looking at the industrial zones, which the commission did a little over a year ago and made numerous changes to the regulations as part of that. When we started looking at the industrial zones, we had fully intended to look at the industrial waterfront areas as part of that study. As we got into it with the consultant, we realized it was really going to be too tricky to try to wrap that into that single study and really give it the time and attention it needed. So we ended up going back, getting additional funds from the city to add that more in-depth look at the waterfront. So that kind of became a compendium study to the industrial waterfront study with kind of some of the same concerns and same issues, but more focused on what was happening on the waterfront itself. And that process took place after the industrial zones piece had been completed. So this is the study area that initially was considered as part of the waterfront area. The darker blue areas, these are kind of the focus areas, where these lighter blue areas were kind of like secondary areas. And what that really means is if you change things or consider things here or uses that are ongoing here, they can impact these other areas as well. So we had to kind of factor that in as part of the process. We did a considerable amount of public outreach with some public meetings. We did some online interactive polling that happened. We put up boards at City Hall as well to get feedback and comments. And a lot of that led to, you know, the direction and the recommendations that came out in the plan. These are kind of some of the highlights that people came up with, you know, and again, you know, a lot of things with the waterfront is getting access to the waterfront, making it a more attractive and pedestrian friendly place to go, improving water quality. There was also concern and, you know, making sure that, you know, we maintain, you know, water dependency and look at things like resiliency, water quality improvements, and so forth. There was, you know, a kind of like what we figured what was going to happen as part of this was kind of that give and take between, and there were, you know, this was probably more focused on specific areas, namely on Water Street, and then maybe a little bit more as well around the Upper Harbor as you get closer to the Wall Street area, is kind of that tug of war between some of the existing historical uses and then possibly transitioning that away, and then trying to, you know, maybe reimagine what that Water Street area could be, how it can be more integrated into what's going on the other side of Water Street, close, and also up closer to Washington Street, ensuring that there is the ability to gain public access, to have views of the water from the street, and also, you know, an important factor, improving water quality, because right now, and I think some future slides will show, the big chunk of that area is it's probably 100% impervious surface. So whatever hits the ground is going directly into the harbor. So water quality is something that, you know, we focused on and talked a lot about as part of the process. Here's another kind of view of the study area. We orientated it this way just because it's too hard to fit it kind of in the true north-south fashion. So it kind of runs a little perpendicular to that. There were a total of 19, I would call, focus areas or character areas that we looked at as part of this study. Many of them, there was pretty broad agreement on, you know, what was going on there and what should go there in the future. And then, you know, during the course of the process, you know, where we started getting into more in-depth conversations with different stakeholders, some key areas where there were kind of, I'd say, disagreement or, you know, differing opinions on what should occur there. So the plan does lay out different options. So it's important to differentiate the plan from the zoning. So the plan can have multiple options because there might be opportunities to do different things on properties. And if you include those different opportunities in the plan, it might open up different avenues in the future because you never know what may hold. A good example of that is up in this area, which is kind of areas 7 and 9. That's, you know, just off of, if you can head of the Harbor South is right here. So it's kind of where the O&G properties are, where the old asphalt plant is. So the plan had just a couple of recommendations. So it says, you know, you could consider the mixed use option, which is occurring just to the north. You could also consider a more water dependent option where, you know, there's barge traffic, hopefully something that's not, you know, an asphalt plant or something related to, you know, things that are detrimental to the broader area. But it also has an element where you could consider the area as potential future open space. So maybe down the road, the city avails itself of funds to purchase that property, and then you have new green space and public access. So the waterfront plan itself has multiple options in certain areas, but then in other areas has more specific options. This is a slide that I think is kind of important to highlight a few things on here as we get into the discussion a little later on. And I'm sure this will pop up in public comment when we start talking about, you know, where the flood zones are and, you know, why are we building near the flood zone and recommending adding density in the flood zone. So if you think about South Norwalk as a whole and what's occurring in that area now, some of our most important and most valuable properties are in that flood zone. So, you know, we're very cognizant of the fact that the potential for additional sea level rise in the future and what that means. I don't think it's a wise idea to just simply say, well, we're not going to develop in the flood zone. We develop in the flood zone. Communities across Connecticut, across the country develop in the flood zone. It's how you develop in the flood zone that matters. And I think the recommendations that are under consideration are very cognizant of those changes and very cognizant of the fact that if you do allow development in these areas, that you have to ensure that what occurs there is built to the highest standard and that the health and safety of the future occupants of those areas are adhered to, and then they can safely exit the properties if and when that is ever needed. But so we did not take that lightly at all during this entire process. This map here shows some of the existing uses, and they're kind of classified by, whether they're marinas or whether they are strictly water dependent uses. Are they yacht clubs, boat clubs? So we, as part of the outreach process for this, I believe the only business and or property owner we didn't talk to was there's a business up on the north side up towards Commerce Street, which was the Ice House folks up there. We did not talk to them because basically I don't think their use is necessarily a water dependent use or needs to be a water dependent use. But we did talk to every property and business owner in this corridor to understand what the challenges are for their business, what they'd like to see in the future, what they see as opportunities, and what they have concerns with related to some of the things that they think might happen with the study. So we tried to come up with a plan that was cognizant of those needs, as well as what we see as appropriate for the future for this area. So what is the vision for this area? So the kind of, we broke out some of these different character areas and looked at them more closely and came up with specific recommendations. And as I stated, there are certain areas which had several options that could be plausible for those areas. And there's some areas we've came up with more concrete recommendations. And some of that was due to the fact that, the nature of interest in those properties. And it's always a good idea to lay out what you want versus allowing the private development community to kind of come in with the plan for their idea. So I think we as the city came up with these concepts and are proposing them to you for consideration tonight. Going up, starting kind of on the north end up towards Water Street around Harbor Ave and Commerce Street. Looking at the existing zoning, that you have a lot of what's not right now considered heavy industrial or I1. That's this kind of purplish blue color here, and this is the King Industries properties here, which is a really heavy industrial use within the city. There's no water dependency to what they do on these sites, and as you move north up through here, they do have some, the small boat uses, but a lot of this is contractor vehicle parking, which is obviously not the best use of waterfront property. And the industrial number 1 zoning does not necessarily lend itself to water dependent uses. So that's kind of something we needed to take in mind. We did have conversations with these property owners, and the recommendations that are included in the draft zoning are considerations what they said, as well as compromises on what other folks thought was appropriate and wanted to see for this area. So the plan itself came up with a couple of different concepts to consider in terms of the uses. One was, keep it as is in terms of the heavy industrial. But then the plan also looked at other options in terms of more mixed use models and other things you can do to add water dependent uses as you move through transition in these areas. Again, this is just another concept that came out of that plan. But then the draft zoning for that area, which I don't have on the map, kind of transitions these properties into more of a mixed use model, which we're calling the CD5W zone. And that allows, very important to point out, it allows for those water dependent uses, but also allows for other models in terms of transitioning to what's going on internally from those properties. Further south, when you get towards 95, there was initially, we kind of talked about some different models and different ideas for this area. What could happen there? There's some interesting properties here. You have this large medical complex just north of the bridge on 95. And, you know, the interesting thing is with that piece is it's nearly like 100% impervious surface. So can you do something different with that property? Can you kind of realize something, a different vision for that property? Unfortunately, it's not as amenable to a water dependent use based on the mud flats that kind of occur right in that general area. So that piece, you know, we decided was best left within the draft zoning, kind of consistent with what's going on with East Avenue, consistent with the use that's on the property there now. But then as you go further south, these properties are proposed to go into the marine commercial zone, which does lend itself to a little bit more marine dependent use and is consistent with some of the boat clubs and some of the other things that are occurring in that area now. And so the draft zoning is more consistent with what you see, I would think, on this slide on the upper right-hand corner through here. This is a very parcel specific property. This is just to orientate everybody. Here is, you know, Washington Street. Here is the walk bridge. This is a property that is just to the east of the Maritime Center. This property will, a portion of it at least, will come back to the city after, you know, post walk bridge. So the idea is what to do with this area after that's done. So the plan initially came up with three options. One option was, well, maybe you could turn that into a park. Another option was to look at it from a marine commercial standpoint. And then you also had the, marine commercial / mixed use, I should say. And the other option was potentially, would there be initial need related to the wastewater treatment plant? That option was eventually frowned upon at the common council level. So that option is recommended to come out of the plan in the, their preference, the council referring to them was to more so for the zoning, at least, have this be considered the CD5W, which would allow that mixed use and water dependent activity that goes along with that. But again, it's important to point out that the plan would have these two options, the first one on the left and then the center one, which would potentially allow, maybe there's an idea for a park that we haven't quite realized or visionized yet. So that's something the city can consider over the long term. The area that I think had probably the most conversation was the Water Street area, and I understand why. So the draft plan had come up, what we kind of think is a good compromise is to look at the first approximately 250 feet off of Water Street and think about that differently from the rear half of the parcel. So this kind of yellow highlighted area is approximately 250 feet. And so that 250 feet would allow for that kind of mixed use model where the rear half of that would require that water dependent use. So when we got to the point when we were talking to Common Council about these changes, their preference would be for these northern pieces up here to be excluded from this consideration of zoning and rezoning that to the CD5W, which is more of a truly mixed use model for those parcels, and then leaving this kind of zoning piece to the south as indicated in the plan. And I know that, I'm sure that will be a topic of comment and discussion as we move through the hearing later on tonight. But we can address that as comments come up.
Excuse me, Steve, can I just add something quickly?
Sure.
And since you're on the subject, Mike here, the industrial study had a description of the 3 lots closest to the Straffolino Bridge on the north side of this slide that you're showing as very difficult for marine commercial because the federal channel comes very close there. You could see some docks at the top property, there's one row of boats there. But the channel, so there's not a need or a potential for a big marina like there is further south because of the proximity of the channel. So you would be able to have one row of docks, I think, like that. But I just wanted you to, or just the public to hear that the waterfront study did mention that they were not as easy to develop into water dependent uses because of the lack of potential dock space right there. So just thought I'd mention that as a reminder.
Yeah, I should have, I think that was actually visualized on one of the early slides, and I think I forgot to mention that. So thanks for pointing that out. So so there's just, again, to highlight something that, so tonight, what we're discussing is solely the amendment to the plan of conservation and development, which would include the waterfront study. With that, the next step is obviously the draft zoning, which is also being looked at by the commission. But again, the draft zoning and this kind of go hand in glove. So it's important to, point out what the vision for that area is as part of the draft zoning. So this is the draft zoning map. I broke it into two pieces, so it's, a little more visible in terms of the areas we're talking about. And this is kind of the northern half of the study area. Important to point out, this was the King Industries property, so we've recommended to keep that as is. No need to disrupt their workflow. We talked about on the other side of the street where that large office complex was, that is going to be, consistent with the zoning that's going along the East Avenue corridor. And further north for those areas is proposed to be in the CD5W zone, which allows that mixed use development, but also has that water dependency requirement. And that actually, when we do the math, actually increases the total land area that requires water dependent use over the current zoning for just the marine commercial zones, because some of these properties right now do not require that marine water dependent use. So that would technically increase that over the long haul. So some of those, as you get up through here, you do have the barges that park in here, and that's always a tight fit. But if they ever redeveloped, you would still have to maintain some level of water dependent use. And that could be not only, I think we as a city would probably think about, the public access component, but also they're going to have something more meaningful in terms of some kind of boat storage, or would it be docks, or would it be public access points more meaningful than just a boardwalk? So that's something to consider.
And Steve, all those properties in the light blue right now are effectively all asphalt, right?
Through here?
Yeah.
Not all asphalt. A lot of these are, some of them are dirt, but basically they function pretty much as asphalt when they're, when the dirt is that compacted. That's kind of, basically the same function.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah.
Go back. Yeah. The blue area, does the change that you're proposing, or rather, let me ask this. Currently, could those properties in blue be redeveloped to be mixed use residential? And if so, does the proposal increase the allowable density or height? And if so, by how much?
Just so we make sure, sorry about that. My mouse is a little touchy. Just so we're talking about, you're talking about, this is kind of like aquacolor, I'll call it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, because that's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
But that question kind of holds for all of these areas.
So for the majority, for these properties, you are absolutely correct. And I can't remember per the zoning map where the transition is, but these properties up through here would, where these currently would not. But
wait. A little slow tonight. I'm not sure what you mean when you say I'm correct or they would. Do the properties currently allow for redevelopment with residential? They do. Okay, great. Because I wasn't actually asserting anything. I was questioning. Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify, so these properties do currently, and like I was saying, I don't know where the transition is from what's called CBD water to the industrial zone. So I think it's like right about there. So these properties that are in the CBDW, which are these, and just through here, these would, there's no increase in density from the CBDW to the CD5W. It's the same. Actually, the allowed height within the CBD W is higher than the proposed height in the CD5W. So technically, the density, realizing the same density would be difficult for those properties just because you're taking away 1.5 stories of height.
Can you mention that height, please?
Yeah, so in this zone, the CBD5W is proposed at 4.5, where the CBDW is 6.
And so for those CBD, the top two zones that are like parallel to each other,
Yep.
you can currently redevelop them as residential at this high, and under the proposed change, you would still be able to redevelop them as residential, but it would be this high. And then for that bottom bit on the left, they cannot currently be residential or mixed use residential, and under the proposed change, they would become possible for redevelopment as residential or mixed use residential. Is that correct?
That's
Okay.
these right through here. Those
That's
are
it.
currently I1, and those are proposed to go in the CBD,
Okay.
CD5W.
Thank you.
Sure. And then just on the other side, moving south, these are proposed to go into the Marine Commercial District. So that is, at the end of the day, then there is really no net change in the Marine Commercial. These properties over here in some are equal to the proposed removed area along Water Street. So kind of, yeah. Somebody have a question?
I think somebody just coughed, but I will take somebody else's cough as an opportunity to ask a question. Does that 4.5 story height in the that you mentioned in that teal district, turquoise, does that include the parking levels that would be required in underneath? Because they would have to have, you know, they would have to be built above flood level, and so it would be parking underneath. Is it 4.5 stories on top of a parking level, or is that in total?
No, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think that was one of the items we took out of the regulations. And I think that came up as a big topic of conversation in Rowayton. That was something that was something that was previously allowed, but something we said shouldn't be allowed.
Right,
Yeah.
so we would say it would count as a story to put parking at your first level.
Yeah, well, I'm concerned, this is getting specific, but it's important from the, since the slide is up, and I don't want to get into the weeds on this, but it's important to a lot of people. The CV, the Mill Hill, has a view shed down the river, which is historic. That was always head of the harbor. In fact, the development next to it, that Discala built, is called Head of the Harbor South. But that was the historic head of the harbor going back 400 years. And that view had been restored recently as part of the master plan of Mill Hill. So 3 stories would be ideal maximum, including a parking. So you're only going to get 2 stories of units above a 3rd story. That's on the ONG property, which is the old asphalt plant that's abandoned. But that view down the river is very dramatic and really an important part of the historical aspect of the Mill Hill. And so I didn't bring this up previously because, you know, this is the opportunity to talk about it and then have the public weigh in on it as well. But I would see a 3-story maximum in that in a cone, a view cone or a view shed from Mill Hill out, and it would include all the properties that are not included right now in the Head of the Harbor South project. So it'd be everything that would be, there's a tree company there now, and ONG, and going down. So I just wanted to put that out there on the radar.
Yeah, 2 things, and we can get into that more later. So 2 things to think about with that. You could always put those properties in the CD4W, which is a 2.5. Or Brian might have an idea, and we don't have to talk about it right this moment, but we did something similar in Rowayton with a view corridor requirement. So it's something we could take a peek at too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll shoot you an email, Mike, and we can discuss.
Sure.
Steve.
So,
What?
so kind of just thinking about some, bigger picture thoughts. How do we, and I put this in my memo to the commission, that rezoning along the Water Street areas probably was one of the trickier things to really think about. Just because you have just kind of sometimes conflicting visions, and not anybody's vision is wrong. It's just what's the recommendation, what is more consistent with what the city wants to see long term for that area. And then balancing those uses that are there now and making sure we don't lose them. But then thinking about this area floods, it's going to continue to flood, and maybe perhaps floods more in the future. How do we prevent that from happening? Thinking about, one thing that has not been as strong a discussion point that it should have been is how do we improve water quality? And I think that's, to me, one of the most important aspects of this whole process. And how do you achieve all those things? It's not easy to come up with regulations that address all those aspects. So I think we kind of came up with something that works, and I think it should work. Just to kind of give you a couple quick thoughts of, what that could look like in terms of the mixed use model. And this applies really more so further south. So you could have, Water Street being right here. When you have that, this is what you see from the street where, obviously there's a view corridor as well, but you have the street frontage where it's, attractive and inviting environment for folks to walk. On the ground floor is going to be some kind of commercial, and it's going to be something that's either floodable or flood proof. And then at the back side of that, you have, what's going on to the rear with these water dependent uses. And this is hopefully something where what we think the street could look like at some point in time.
Okay, Steve, before you get too further away from the turquoise zone, could you please go back to that?
I went way far. There we go.
Thank you. So you have in there the railroad track, train tracks go through the Divine Brothers property, which is somewhat water dependent use. And if Divine, let's say, sold the business to another a fuel company, would that be allowed? Or if we change it to the CDW5W, would it then not be able to be another oil company, or whatever they call themselves?
Right. So I'll double check afterwards, but the current zoning, I'm not sure their status as relates to the current zoning, but it wouldn't change. So if the property changes hands and they do the same use, then they're allowed to continue in perpetuity. And that implies if a use becomes non-conforming, if the property changes ownership, as long as they're doing the same thing, they can continue to operate.
Okay, thank you. That helps clarify. Thank you.
Sure. And I think I'm getting pretty close to the end. So this is just kind of a quick zoom in of what this Water Street could look like in terms of, you have this elevated ability on the ground floor, and we talk about dry, safe access out. So we want to make sure people in these buildings can get out from a floodable area and then get out to the street. Obviously, the street could still be an issue. So that's something the city's got to talk about long terms of what they're going to do with the street. But the idea is that these commercial floors are going to be something that has to be adaptable and susceptible to the flooding itself. And again, right now, here's a view, and I forgot the community where this was done. This was in Oregon, where they had it, it's kind of interesting. It's different kind of waterfront, but you can see that one similarity is right now, it's kind of, this picture on the left is very much, hard surface with little water penetration. And this is kind of how they reimagined that with additional green space. allowing public access. And this is something that, you know, would this be much better for this area? Would it improve water quality? In our opinion, we think it would. I think that wraps it up for me. I might have been missing a slide with a zoom in on the zoning for Water Street, but I can circle back on that and pull that
Steve,
up if you'd like.
is that presentation available for us to see?
Yeah, we'll
To
post
flip back
it.
through?
I'll post that on the application page. I didn't have a chance to do it today, but I can get that up there.
Nick, did you have a?
Yeah, on that last point, Steve, I think it's really important. Like, it's my understanding that how the regulations written is when people are redeveloping these parcels, which we're hoping is going to happen, or at least the places that haven't had much activity over the past, I don't know, 50 years, there's going to be a larger requirement for more green space, for more flooding mitigation, for more of those things. That is what the city's perspective and staff's perspective is, that that's a better mitigant than leaving it to be the asphalt or packed dirt or whatever it is today. Is that right?
Yeah, so the standards, and you know, we can get back into that at a separate zoning conversation, but the standard would be to require a, you know, pretty substantial vegetated buffer along the water, include the requirement for on-site drainage, standards that are, you know, hopefully, you know, if we can implement LID standards, but again, water quality improvements, drainage improvements, because everything that hits, as I said earlier, everything that hits the ground now runs right into the water, into the harbor. So you have car parking, you have boat parking, boat repair. So those things are hitting the water, and boom, whatever, if it's an oil, whatever it is, right into the water without any treatment before it gets there. So that's a major issue. And you know, obviously we pride ourselves on our shellfishing, so that's something that can be directly improved as a result of this. And the other aspect would be, there would be the ability for the public to actually get close to the water. And again, we're cognizant of the fact that if you have a truly, you know, heavy marine dependent use going on, that might not mix. So you may not want to have the public right next to somebody that's doing some heavy boating operations or boat repair or dock repair, something like that, because there's obviously could be safety concerns. But when it's feasible on a site, depending on the use and how they lay that site out, then that's something that should be definitely included as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, a couple of things I need to say. We have been waiting for a letter from Deep, and excuse me, the letter has not yet arrived. So I'm going to hold this hearing open until at least Friday, in order for us to have an opportunity to see what Deep has to say about this plan. That's number one. As a result, I do not believe this evening that we are going to get into the conversation regarding either approval or denial of this change in the POCD. We will hold off on that again, because we want as full information as possible until our next regular meeting. Beyond that, as you know, you have all received copies of a number of letters, and they will become part of the record and available to the public. But I wanted to indicate, at least initially, who those letters are from, and without going into great detail, to indicate that all of the letters that were received were opposed to the POCD amendment. We have a letter from Jessica Garnett. I believe she's a private citizen. We have a letter from Diane Lauricello, who sits on the Water Quality Commission, but it's not clear whether she's speaking for the commission. She's simply outlining actions that the commission took at its last meeting. Apparently, the chair of the commission had a medical emergency, and so I think that that's why we haven't had communication directly from the commission. We have a letter from Steve Bartush, who is chairman of the Shellfish Commission. And we have two additional letters from citizens, Linnell Jones and Lisa Brinton. And as I said, all of those letters are in opposition to the POCD amendment. And again, we're waiting and expect before the end of the week a letter from the POCD that from DEEP that we can review before we enter into our conversation regarding this matter. I think with that, we will open it up to the public. Brian, you want to explain how people can participate?
Sure. So for anyone from the public, if you'd like to speak about this application, you can use the raise your hand tool. It's at the bottom of your screen. You click that once. If you're dialing on a phone, you hit *9, and then just a reminder to say your name and address for us.
Thank you for that, Brian.
You're welcome. With that, we have Linnell Jones.
Thank you. Linnell Jones.
Ms. Jones, we have your letter on file. You're more than welcome to speak, but I would ask that you not simply reiterate what's in your letter, since that's already on file.
Except for, sir, I would like to, the reason I sent the letter was to ask for it to be read. When I found out it would not be read, I canceled what I had this evening because I feel it's important to be read for the public that's listening. And I also believe that it's a great thing that you're waiting for DEEP's letter. And the consideration that this commission that gave the letter that DEEP wrote about One Cemetery Street is very serious. I refer to that. I would ask that I can read my letter.
I think we have the letter on file, and anyone who wishes to read your letter has that opportunity. So I apologize, but I'm going to say no.
You're going to cut me off?
Yes, I am.
I
Again,
think that's,
if you want to make other points that were not in the letter, we'll be happy to hear them.
you know, sir, and I think this commission really does need to think before they vote, that the one thing we should all agree on is the public interest in achieving the most complete POCD update with thorough consideration of all public comments. And I think that by cutting off the public that you don't like because you're not considering what has been written here and you don't feel it's important to be shared with the public is discriminatory and unfair and just rude.
Frankly, I have a differing opinion. My unwillingness has nothing to do with your position, number one. Number two, neither I nor this commission has reached any conclusion on what action we're going to take. Go ahead, Brian.
All right. We'll go to Elsa Obachowski.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Elsa Peterson Obachowski. I live at 41 East Avenue. First of all, I am disappointed that the lady I just spoke wasn't allowed to give at least a brief summary of what her letter says, because I would be interested, but I just, I don't have the time. I can't do everything. Okay, I'll just go ahead and say what I wanted to say, which is that I understand that this amendment suggests the possibility of building on Taylor Farm Park land. I have been told for decades, and my husband has lived in Norwalk a lot longer than I have, and his understanding is that the Taylor family gave that land only to be preserved as open space. There would be like no apartments, no field house, no pickleball courts, no soccer field. So I don't know if there's some sort of loophole in that, or if we were misinformed all these years. But I feel that Taylor Farm Park as pure open space is a true gem. It's very important that we have it. And as Norwalk becomes more dense, pure open space like that is more and more precious. Also, it happens to flood periodically. So I urge this commission to eliminate any plans to build anything on the land at Taylor Farm Park. And further, I would urge the city government, the Norwalk Land Trust, and any other bodies that would have jurisdiction to enact protections to preserve Taylor Farm Park in perpetuity as purely open space. And as a little PS, I also really appreciate the point that Mr. Mushak made about the Mill Hill view shed. I think it's very important to preserve that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Donna Smuniatopoulos.
Good evening. My name is Donna Smirniotopoulos. I live at 18 Shorefront Park, which is right smack in the middle of District B, South Norwalk. I live adjacent to Water Street. I have been residing in the neighborhood since 2016, and I've been wondering as I walk down the street what developments people have been anticipating. I get the feeling with this text change amendment that the cake was baked many years ago. I think it's unfortunate, Mr. Chairman, that you did not let Lynell Jones read her comments out loud, because this is a public hearing. This is an opportunity for the public to speak, for you to listen to us, and for us to hear one another. And I think to tell us we can read it all behind the scenes does not have the same impact as giving the public direct experience of somebody's comments into the record live. So I'm directing my comments not only to the commissioners, but to the public. I'm running for Common Council in District B. In case you thought your property taxes were funding things of value at City Hall, consider this rationale for Mr. Kleppen for redeveloping Water Street to add more public access by allowing, guess what, more residential development and density. He explains the potential benefits as follows. A prime example of this is the Soundview Landing project, which received over $80 million in federal and state funding and was built within that flood zone. Soundview Landing is the #1 example of bad coastal development. Soundview Landing added impermeable surfaces and exacerbated flooding, and a member of the P&Z staff confirmed this to me, that the impermeable surfaces increase. The roofs of those buildings are pitched to flow the water onto Water Street. The catch basins are always clogged. So over $80 million in taxpayer monies to line the pockets of Trinity Financial and others to feather our senator's cap are pitched to drain onto Water Street. And Soundview Landing is the best example we have. And then beyond that, we have comparisons with Westport. Let me tell you something. There's a difference between Westport and Norwalk. First of all, the land use commissioners are elected there. They know to whom they are accountable, and they are accountable to the voters, the residents, and the citizens of Westport. There's no comparison between what has happened to Water Street since I moved here and what has happened in Westport. And I used to live in Westport. I think it's unfortunate that the recommendations of the harbor management are being dismissed as sort of, we don't need to listen to you. WestCog is saying it's a local decision. I appreciate that you're going to wait for State Deep, but I think you need to look back to the history of Soundview Landing and the transition from Washington Village. My problem with this text change amendment, I don't think it's a bad idea to revitalize the waterfront. I don't think it's a bad idea to add residential units. I just don't know if I trust this city hall with this particular tool, given the history of Soundview Landing and other developments in the area. And a Harborside Sono didn't turn out anything like what we were promised. So you need to keep in mind what the history is before you give any more wiggle room for additional development, because what has happened so far has not been well executed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Catherine Price Snedeker.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just feel like the way that that first speaker, Lynette, was treated was really shocking. And we're part of a new nonprofit, and I'm, asked a lot of people to join this call tonight to be a part of seeing how the city works. And wow, that was supremely rude. And I would have loved to hear her letter. I am very interested, having lived for 30 years in Norwalk. I'm a boater at Rex Marine. I go up and down these waterways. I would like to see on the plan where the toxic waste sites are, where the contamination is, and issues about uses before they were currently paved over. So that's my concern. And there are a lot of other people I know that are more educated than I am, but I really think that how people are treated when the public calls in should really be a focus of maybe a private talk you all have with each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I live at 14 Haviland, and I also am running for sheriff. Thank you.
Next we have Chris McDonald.
Thanks for letting me speak, Chairman. My name is Chris McDonald, 29 Van Buren. I'm on the Harbor Management Commission. I was on the advisory commission, the advisory committee for the industrial waterfront study and for the Sono resilience study. I'm speaking as a private citizen here. I'm not speaking for the commission. I will note that, Chairman, when you referenced all the letters that were written, you didn't mention the letter that the Harbor Management Commission submitted on this issue and the objections we have. I won't reiterate those here. Those have been put into the record, but I just wanted to put on the record for this meeting that the Harbor Management Commission has sent in a letter objecting to this change in the POCD. And my own background and contribution on this, one of the issue I have reviewing all this information is that what exactly is in 5W? Well, the final disposition of the Water Street properties was not in the proposed documents for a long time. It was TBD, and in the March draft issue, it is, I've been told that basically all of the 5W is going to be rewritten. The height regulations, the number of stories, the allowed usages as it stands in the draft do not include boat storage, working on boats, finfish and shellfish processing, and a whole slew of other, water dependent uses. I don't want Water Street to turn into documiniums for the property owners there or for the renters there. We have a very vibrant marine services industry, which supports the several thousand boats that are docked and moored and registered in Norwalk, and all those boats have to be serviced and have work done on them. There are many small sole proprietorships, whether that's United Marine on the upper part of the river, who's being rezoned, whether that's GNC or Brandon on Water Street, whether it's some of the bigger operations like Rex Marine. All these operations will have their zoning status changed, and whereas they're grandfathered in, but any change to their operation they would have to make would have to come before the zoning commission if they wanted to change their operation at all, and it places their operation in direct competition with waterfront apartment development, and part of what the zoning is for is to and I know there's a balance there. The balance has been spoken of. There are properties there that have been undeveloped for a long time. There are properties there that are ugly but support people's livelihoods and support the economic ecosystem of Norwalk, which is one of the last places in Western Long Island Sound you can have this kind of work done on your boat, and that's a big part of what goes on here. You can't. There's no more of this stuff on Long Island. There's no more of this stuff in Stamford. There's a little bit in Bridgeport, and that's it for Western Long Island Sound. We're one of the last bastions of the boating economy here, and the boating economy isn't just a few slips in front of apartments. And so we're speaking up in general, and me specifically, to support marine commercial industry. And 5W is not a marine commercial district. It puts these operations in direct economic competition with, as it stands now, with 6-story, 80-foot high buildings. Perhaps that's being changed. And my general question is, when will we get to see the revised 5W so we know what we're actually comparing and letting in, and how much of the waterfront marine commercial do we want to truly give over to a 5W, and how big of an economic threat is that to the marine commercial industry? Thanks for your time. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, I apologize for not mentioning the letter from the Harbor Management Commission. These other letters I mentioned all came in the last couple of days. And as you know, the letter from Harbor Management came in quite a while ago. And I simply left it off the list, and I'm sorry about that.
Point of clarity here, Mike here. We usually don't respond until everyone has spoken. I think that's a good strategy, but I want to just make the record reflect a conversation that we had in this meeting, in a meeting, a previous P&Z meeting, was that it was a staff oversight on all those uses in 5W. Is that correct, Steve? And that we allowed those, that they were shown as NP, not permitted? And didn't you correct that in the last meeting?
Yeah, I was going to mention that afterwards, yes.
So, but I think it's important. I wanted to mention it now because there's been a lot of, people may respond to what was just said, and but that was described to the commission as a staff oversight on uses that were meant to be permitted and ended up showing not permitted. So all of the uses that the last speaker mentioned in the marine commercial, in the 5W was are actually permitted uses that are currently permitted. So none of the marinas would be declared non-conforming with a zone change. Is that correct, Steve?
Yeah, any marine use that's occurring there now would not become legally non-conforming. They would just be allowed uses.
Yeah, well, that misunderstanding, that mistake caused a lot of anxiety, right? So I think you apologized at the last meeting, but I'll just say that staff did apologize for that oversight on the permitted uses, because I can see how that was alarming.
Okay, Brian.
Yep. Next, we have a phone number ending in 1537.
Go ahead. You're muted.
Yes, good evening. This is Diane Lauricella, 21 Little Fox Lane. Mr. Chairman, just to clarify your previous comment, because I am a member of the Mayor's Water Quality Committee, but tonight I'm speaking as a resident. The reason why I sent the commission's motion that was stated during the last meeting on September 7th is because our chairman is unfortunately not able to make it due to a health emergency. And so we wanted to inform the commissioners and staff about the basis for the letter that we voted to write. Unfortunately, then Mr. Joseph Schnierlein became quite ill. And so I wanted to know if you would allow for the record to be held open so that we could complete our letter, since you are holding the record open to wait for the DEEP letter. But I just wanted to state that that particular document, which stated, again, that had to do with both contaminated sites as well as supporting the Harbor Management Commission letter, is something that the Water Quality Committee, it was very, we had a lot of discussion about it. So I wanted to be clear that the only reason I sent it was because our chairman is unfortunately not well.
Thank you.
May I go on as representing myself as a resident of Norwalk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thanks so much. First of all, I wanted to state, I've been living in Norwalk for a little over 40 years. Can't believe it. Time flies by. I was very thrilled when the city initiated, of course, the aspect of zone changes and then focused on the industrial zones. That is, I am a history buff. I love industry and the history of industry, and also the fact that we can now have and do have often clean industry. The smokestacks of England and America are rarely allowed, except in places where there is not very good enforcement. We're seeing some of that on Meadow Street, quite frankly. That'll be another time. But the thing is, I wanted to state that I was very thrilled, and I thank the commission and the staff and others, the council, for allowing the waterfront industrial zone report to be done. I took a look at it. It is very meaty. It's 187 pages plus. Just for those new members of your commission, I'll just briefly state that I have lived in Norwalk all these years, initially coming as an environmental employee of the first taxing district looking for a pollution site, and then eventually went to the state of Connecticut in the 1980s, was a hazardous waste investigator, then went to work at two international companies, environmental consulting firms. My specialty is phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments. That requires assessments of real property, upholding certain standards that are dictated by ASTM 1527-21. ASTM means, for the public and the layman commissioners, the American Society of Testing Material Standards. And the 21 shows that there have been many iterations of this original law, and I will tell you in a moment why I am saying this. I will say that the director does state and has stated verbally to both the Common Council Community and Economic Development Committee of the Common Council, as well as you folks, that there would be, as people are developing their properties along this waterfront, that they would, of course, have to do their due diligence. I just want to tell you that is an assumption not borne out in fact. And also, they do not have to necessarily do any of this if the owners lease their property to someone utilizing the property, especially if they want to escape the due diligence that's required in a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment. And I will list exactly one property where this happened in a moment. I wanted to say that there are many, many good recommendations in this document related to improving water quality. And I do, in the memo that Mr. Kleppen sent to your commission on September 15th, I do agree that there has been a scant mention by the Harbor Commission of water quality. I actually asked them about that when they had a special meeting, and I am going to be asking them to amend their letter to include water quality, which they usually are, they're very dedicated, and they've shown our city over many, many decades how much they care about water quality and our shellfish. I think because I can't speak on their behalf, I hope someone's going to be speaking on their behalf tonight, but I just wanted to say that Water quality is something have been known for, even when I have not been on the mayor's water quality committee with Mayor Moshe and now Mayor Rilling. I'm speaking as a private citizen, a knowledgeable citizen. Water quality with buffers can also be, in your zoning changes in the future, utilizing cooling down and cleaning up roof polluted stormwater runoff. So I want to, and I will be there when you look at the actual regulations, but I want to say that if that could be clarified, I would have liked to have seen it clarified a little more in this document that UTIL put together. I was impressed by UTIL as a consultant. However, when I read this particular land use study that we're talking about today, I was quite saddened when the following occurred, and I'm going as fast as I can. On page 42 out of the 187-page document, the heading is A Vibrant, Diverse, and Resilient Marine Economy. Page 43 has the title, The Role of Industrial Mixed Use in the Environment and Economic Needs. And then page 44 states, A Healthy, Sustainable, and Resilient Ecosystem. Now, here's where the rubber kind of met the road, and this is why I'm asking this commission, although I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for deciding not to vote tonight. I was coming to this commission to state that unless and until the following is resolved, that this particular study, which is very important to our community, be put on hold until this matter is resolved. And that is, with all of the good wording and intentional wording about water quality and the many, many discussions of it throughout the document. Page 44, under the title, A Healthy, Sustainable, and Resilient Ecosystem, is where there is a huge problem. And I know that this commission and the staff, up until this point, are very good about trying to get it right. But they got it so wrong because under the brownfields and contamination paragraph, let's see, I just have to skip to it right now. It states that it is common and known that in most formerly or currently industrial areas that over time, the buildup of chemicals and substances converts the site and potentially even adjacent land into a brownfield. First of all, as a 40-year professional, that statement is kind of presumptuous. Not every industrial site would be or could be contaminated. But here is what you need to change or delete and rethink and reword it. And I'm so adamant about this, I will be making sure that one way or the other, people that installed this sentence need to be held accountable. It states on page 44, however, at this time, according to the EPA, there are no potential or confirmed brownfields that are relevant to the study area. Now, the reason why this sentence is so misleading and incorrect is because this is a planning document. And in my work with the development community and the recent use of phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments, unlike what Mr. Kleppen continues to say that he used to do it back in the day, well, things have changed. And there are databases that are available that, from what I could understand, the staff nor UTIL even touched them. So declaring that there are no listed sites, or the EPA in the wording I just read, is false, it is misleading, and it is not the way we want to have this important and mostly good land use study finished. It is incomplete and it is improper. And I have been trying since the committee was formed, when this topic came up, and there is a recording I still haven't found, where some of the layman commissioners thought any discussion about contaminated sites was kind of improper and would be a deterrent for economic development. I say to them and to you, there are ways to wordsmith it better than what I just read to you on page 44 and throughout the test fits, especially in the east side, that will help make people aware that there's contamination on lists, and I will name those lists in a moment, that will help the development community be aware, and it will help the city of Norwalk help the private sector apply for federal and state funds where they do want to see collaboration between the two. How do I know this? I was on the Norwalk Brownfields Committee back in 2008 under Mayor Moshe. The agency of redevelopment agency had to put this committee together, a 12-person task force, in order to get the money to get help on private sites to do phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments to help the private communities and the public sites to be redeveloped. So by declaring that there are no sites without any kind of flags and very little wording that says, oh, it should be expected, it's something that has to be, professionally speaking, changed. And I have yet to hear back, other than Ms. Jessica Vonacek assuring me that I was being taken seriously, yet I have not been, no one has reached out to me. I will say I'm also very, very disappointed in the City Council and the Economic and Community Development Committee that approved this document, knowing after I spoke about this paragraph and the sentence starting with however. It was irresponsible for them not to care about this topic. It is very, very important. It can be expensive. And what is worse, by denying we have it, we are putting our shellfish multi-million-dollar industry, we are putting people's health at risk, and we are misinforming the general public as well as the development community, of which I work with, including Mr. DeScala at the old Faro property at the head of the harbor in the past. I also just wanted to state that there are, I'll just mention some of the lists, and the fact that UTIL either did not find them or they were told not to use them is of great concern to me because they are well known. My understanding is, according to Mr. Kleppen, in reporting to people that care about this item, a recent email to Chairman Schnierlein, that one of the assistants, one of Mr. Kleppen's assistants, called the Department of Economic Development, maybe DEEP, but the EPA in the Brownfields division. I wanted to tell you, according to EPA, and anyone can look it up on the EPA website, brownfields are one type of contaminated property. They are not Superfund sites, and quite frankly, the state of Connecticut has a whole list of state Superfund sites, which includes sites that are either abandoned or are known to have had toxic and hazardous materials placed upon them. And there are several sites within the study area where this is still a thing. Some of the sites, like the old Faro property at the east side of head of the harbor, had some cleanup, and they also had an environmental use restriction that they had to apply for, and they had to hire consultants. But if you go scoot down below I-95, what is known as Oyster Bend Marina and Condominium, because that property was purchased in cash, the landowner claims that he didn't know. So there was somehow no due diligence. He didn't need a bank loan. Oftentimes it's our banking industry that got burned in the 90s that now require proper due diligence in the form of phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments. And the reason why, I know maybe Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, you're saying, why all these details? It is because Mr. Kleppen has drilled down and dug his heels in deeper and deeper, insisting that this paragraph I read to you is not important. He is, respectfully speaking, I absolutely professionally disagree with him. And I just don't like to see laymen being misinformed about important information. We have an industrial legacy. Let's own it. Let us work with private sector. There's also a public site, the Oyster Shell Park, which is the former Maine landfill, is a public property that currently has absolutely no monitoring. That is unheard of, and I'm trying to dig through the state records to see how the city got away with that, because they're old landfills that aren't lined leak. It's known, and industrial waste was put in that landfill. So it's not just private sector where we have to own up to our legacy. It is also some public sites. feel that the lists that were missed and need to be looked at, I'm not suggesting the staff or UTIL should have done a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment. What I'm suggesting is just making a phone call to a possibly, the DEEP has lost a lot of its staff. But still, if someone had done more than just a phone call or 2 or 3, who's to say that the staff at DEP has a lot of new people? And quite frankly, just calling the EPA's Brownfields group misses the mark. There are many other EPA programs where they have developed lists. The site at Oyster Bend was once known as Norwalk Barrel Company. It was then the Donahue property. Then it was purchased by Grey Rock, developing as they developed phase 1 of condominiums. The reason why they never so far have developed phase 2, which is condominiums right on the water, is when they began doing some remediation, they hit so many drum fragments and waste that they closed up the hole and they went back to the EPA, who should have it on a list, and the DEEP. And I, for the life of me, do not know why this site has not been properly cleaned up. I think it is a ticking time bomb because of the way people in town know that it was a drum and barrel cleaning company. So I ask that any references to how we don't have any sites be removed and other language be placed in. I have offered to come and visit with the staff or talk to UTIL, and I have not been taken seriously. I'm quite disappointed in that, but not surprised. But I do know that your commission cares about getting it right. As I said, most of this document, except where it talks about contaminated property and building high density in floodplain, which is a water quality issue, I would just like to see this stuff changed. Lastly, let's see. The site, the kind of lists that are included are what is known as the Connecticut DEP. In 1980s, they only had one E, the Inventory of Hazardous Waste Sites. That's one of the things I was hired to look at in all the towns and a little bit of Norwalk, not these sites because someone else had done them. There are lists if you know and you ask or you go to Hartford and look. There's the Connecticut DEEP Voluntary Remediation Program list. There's the Federal Superfund list. Now, as far as that goes, we have one, and we are the only one in all of Norwalk. But there are state Superfund lists. There are CERCLIS lists, CERCLIS. There are lists that include the old Donahue property, which is now known as Oyster Bend Park. Why weren't those lists identified? Then I do believe the staff would not have made the error of attesting that there are no potential sites. I think that is a huge mistake, a sad error, and I ask this commission to ensure that the staff revisit this. I'm happy to help. I'm imploring the Shellfish, Water Quality, and Harbor Commission to take a look and help the city get out of their own way. I do think that will help in making this a terrific document that is needed in the future of our city. Lastly, as far as my feelings about building in floodplains, I just wanted to say I was very involved with the conversion of Washington Village to Soundview Landing. I tried in vain by going in front of the Planning and Zoning, then it was the Planning Commission, the Zoning Commission separately, and the Norwalk Housing Authority. But because they had, I think it was $30 million initially dangled in front of the redevelopment agency's eyes, I begged them to take a look and place some of the buildings upland and keep the old original footprint of Washington Village as a park, so that when, and not if, but when the hurricane is at high tide, which eventually it will be, that it could be used as a park where it would retain floodwaters. Instead, because of course we can build anything we want. And for some reason, They were given even more of our taxpayer dollars to raise up all of the buildings, which costs millions of dollars more. And unfortunately, it set a dangerous and wrong precedent. And that's why you see the beginning of this kind of building along Water Street. I'm saying this commission should not continue a bad precedent and have to rethink what they're doing and should wait, as you are, for the DEEP letter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next we have Scott Goodwin.
Hi, gang. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Cool. I will make this a little bit shorter.
Mr.
So
Goodwin,
the
can we have your address, please?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Schulman. Scott Goodwin, I live at 6 Pine Hill Avenue, and I remember the UTIL meetings last year, and I have to say there's a lot about this plan that I like. I just have some concerns that I feel like were addressed by Mr. Pinto's letter, and I agree with some of the other speakers that I don't know that that I trust that everybody's good wishes are enough to override that letter. And I think the main concern that I had was honestly just going back to the first speaker, and the fact that we were told to read her letter rather than hear her read it. And so I went to the city website and tried to find it, and I couldn't find it. And then it hit me, there may be other people that were on the call tonight that wanted to find it but couldn't find it because it doesn't exist there. And so I just have to stress, if there is a way for you to share with us. I know that I had to provide my email address to join the call tonight. So if there is a way to share with those people who bothered to show up here tonight and bothered to provide their email address with this letter that we were not allowed to hear because you had received it, but we hadn't. If there's any way that you could do anything about that, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
If anyone else is looking to speak, you could use the raise your hand tool. It's at the bottom of your screen. We have Diane Cece.
Go ahead, Diane.
And we can't hear you. I don't know if your might be your audio input. I have to.
Brian, why don't you go on to the next and we'll come back to Miss Cece.
If anyone else is looking to speak, use the raise your hand tool. If you're dialed in on a phone, you can hit *9. And Diane, you may just have to check your audio input, which I believe is where your little microphone key is, and make sure you're using the right one there. So I'll bring Diane back over and see if she.
Diane, oh, there you go.
Still nothing, Diane.
All right, let's ask one more time if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, and then
sure.
give one more opportunity to get back on.
Okay.
They can always
anyone
put
else?
something in writing,
Phone in?
Mr. Chair, if you keep it open.
Could Miss Cece use the phone option, Brian?
Yeah, she could always call into the meeting. So the phone number is posted on the agenda.
If you have that available, it might be helpful to her.
Yeah, I can pull that up.
Yeah.
May work better for you, Diane, if you just dial the number in. Coming through that way. I have John Palladino.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yeah, I'm one of Palladino family property owners at 107 Water Street. The repair shop that was surrounded by the 6-story apartment complex.
Right.
I'm just curious, you know, having gone through that and listening to a good part of tonight's meeting, and maybe I missed, you know, the early part of the meeting. You know, how much forethought is really going into, you know, the development of the waterfront properties, not necessarily just in front of 107 Water Street, which has pretty much been a vacant wasteland for, you know, 30 plus years at this point. But it always seems that it's a catch-up, you know, situation. And I'm just curious in the thought process in these approvals, you know, what goes into that infrastructure part of it? You know, are there percentages of, you know, open space taken into account, which didn't seem to happen, you know, with the complex, you know, surrounding Water Street, which replaced Washington Village, and somebody prior to this phone call made a great point, in that the first thing you notice, you know, in proceeding down Water Street are, you know, setbacks, you know, that were designed 60 years ago when the Charles of the Ritz Revlon property, you know, went in at the corner of Hanford Place. And having been down, you know, the shop a number of times over the past several months, you know, to view 45-foot long city buses that can't make a right-hand turn, or city trucks that can't pick up refuse on infrastructure of streets that were clearly, you know, not designed for wide turns, simple things in my mind, wide turns. And when we have the result of that is, yes, it's increased, you know, density, probably in a positive way for the community. And not opposed to that at all, but I'm just curious as to, you know, when the recommendations come in from the outside consultants, where's the initial process to be sure that Connecticut, the area and the current infrastructure can accommodate what might come into the area. So it be it mixed use, multifamily, opposition to that is, you know, that's to me always, that's part of development, that's part of progress. But making turns and onto streets that sewer systems back up at abnormally 2-foot high tides, you know, is a real concern. That I see the same, what steps would be in place, you know, to guarantee that those initial steps are taken in a natural sequence, other than a developer coming in and say, yeah, we're going to take care of all of this. And it's a really good point. You have all of that hardscape. And I live in a community, you know, the other side of New Haven, you know, where they put in simple rain gardens before you can build your house, and all of your storm water runs off of the roof, and your foundation drains run on your property first. So I'm just curious, you know, if as things proceed, when and how are those things taken into account, and when is a developer's feet held to the fire prior to them starting a project? Because I've seen it over the years in South Norwalk, where it seems the same thing, that the town is legally or otherwise, you know, playing catch up for it. So you have a Water Street, you know, property, as we have, that, you know, for the sake of progress, is surrounded by a 6-story building that starts 9 feet off of the Water Street elevation. But if it rains, the steps water drains right into the curb. So that's always been a concern of mine, you know, for the development down there, that it's a catch-up situation and approvals go through without feet being held to the fire. So it may be a very rhetorical question, but I appreciate any feedback.
Thank you.
We'll try Diane again.
Nothing.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, oh my goodness, I'm on Zoom constantly. I've never had a problem like this, and now on the phone, so I'm a little disoriented too. This is Diane CC, 37 Olmsted Place. I want to preface my comments with some process observations. First of all, to say, and I believe there's still 30 or so people on participating from the public here. I hope that one of them is Miss Jones. For those of you who know me, you may observe in the past that a lot of times I like to speak at the end of these hearings. And the primary reason why I do that is I like to have the benefit at a public hearing of actually hearing what the public has to say. These are generally residents and my neighbors and, you know, certainly fellow taxpayers, et cetera. And so it's important to me as a part of the public hearing process to be able to hear what they have to say. And I'll copy a line, I guess, from Miss Laura Cella now to say I'm shocked, but I shouldn't be, that Mr. Schulman did not allow Miss Jones to read her letter into the record, which one would have been a part of the recording and the video, but would have given the other 30 plus of us on this call the benefit of hearing what she wanted to be able to share with you and the public. And it's a new low, honestly, in terms of public engagement for the city of Norwalk. And it's unfortunate because I think that in recent years we had made some strides with that, but we seem to be going further and further backwards, and this is one example of it. I would also say too, Chairman Schulman, that I think what you may have achieved is shutting down Ms. Jones. I'm not sure if that was your intent, but I would say what you did achieve is discouraging future public commenters from submitting things in writing, knowing that they may be excluded from either reading verbatim their letter in public to have it in the record and to have others hear it. So people may be reluctant to do that now, and that's unfortunate because one of the things that you'll lose out on then is having the benefit of having letters to read ahead of time and consider before the public hearing. I would also reiterate that the public should have as much advance notice of all the information for a public hearing as possible. The staff letter to you for this amendment wasn't posted until yesterday, actually after I asked Mr. Kleppen to post it. And these letters are also not posted, including Ms. Jones. The PowerPoint presentation that that Mr. Kleppen shared with you this evening is not posted. And you make reference to awaiting the letter from DEEP, the Department of Environmental and Energy. And I think many of us would be anxious to see that. So I'm happy that you're holding open the public hearing until Friday, but I would say that I don't know if that's just an arbitrary date now, because I don't know if you know when you're going to receive the letter from DEEP. And I think the public should have the benefit of seeing that and then having at least, you know, a couple of business days to be able to review that, do their own due diligence, read the balance of the letters, including the shellfish one that I don't think is there, and the other ones that you mentioned that are all opposed to this. So if you would consider then holding public comment open until all the documents are posted and the public has the benefit of reviewing them. I think you also mentioned that you'd be taking this item up for a possible vote at your next regular meeting, but you didn't indicate when that meeting is. So I know you can't converse with me now, but when you address the comments, if you could please let the public know when your next regular meeting is. And then also, will you be open to public comments then at that time, so that people have an opportunity to review all of these other documents and then speak again? So now in terms of this actual amendment, Mr. Kleppen will tell you that all that you're considering this evening, and I guess in a week or so, is the amendment to include this plan in the POCD. And that sounds, kind of not alarming in itself, except for the fact that once this makes it into the POCD, it becomes the basis for approving zoning that is in this plan that otherwise people, may be concerned with. And when people then raise objections at the time that the actual zoning regs come due, staff and the commission will simply have the ability to point back and say, well, it's compliant with the POCD because we adopted it into the POCD. And so I think to some extent, this is a very important step in the process, and people should understand that it's not merely a check the box and get this included in there. It actually sets up the approval process for zoning that people might not be too thrilled with. And in no particular order, I want to mention some things I observed tonight. As far as the CD5W zoning goes and the application that it would have in terms of water uses, I agree with one of the other speakers that despite what Mr. Kleppen said, maybe he can clarify this, I don't believe that all of the water uses that are in the MC zone have since been corrected and permitted in the 5W zone. And maybe it's just that you were only picking just some of them, but I was just hoping that you can go back and revisit that and make sure that what we're seeing online in the zoning website is the most updated version of that. I also want to mention that when you discuss the fact that many of the existing parcels that could be subject to change are mostly impervious surfaces now, and that they're contributing to excessive water runoff and in many cases poor water quality runoff due to car emissions and oil and antifreeze and all kinds of other things. I want to say that I would ask the question of the city, maybe not necessarily this commission, but everyone in the city, why is that allowed to exist? For years, the city developed very strong, or stronger, I should say, stormwater runoff regulations for properties. And I don't know if that's maybe that some of these properties are grandfathered in and they're allowed to have limitless runoff that contains all kinds of contaminants. But I imagine that's not the case. And if I'm correct and that is not the case, then I want to know why the stormwater management guidelines are not being enforced for these properties. I raised the same question actually with Cemetery Street. When the developers there were bragging about improving, mitigating runoff and improving the quality of it, the first thing that I said to you was that it's the current owner who for 20 years allowed excessive runoff and poor quality and contaminants going into Mill Pond. So I think if you're going to talk about improvements to impervious surfaces and water quality, I think that you ought to also consider enforcing what is already on the books as far as I know. The, hang on one second, just losing my place here in my notes. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to mention was speaking of CD5W is when you see these maps that Mr. Kleppen showed, and honestly, I'm seeing tonight I saw some things that I didn't see before, so I need to go back and revisit that. But wherever you're seeing a zone where he's referencing a change to CD5W, I would urge all of you to go to the use table and actually scroll through all of the permitted uses in CD 5W and make sure that you clearly understand for yourselves what is probably not allowed in these areas today that would be allowed there tomorrow, not the least of which are developments called large multifamily. And I think there's still a question about what the heights would be there. But among other things, there's also permitted as of right hotels. And I don't think that's permitted today, but it is permitted in CD 5W tomorrow if that gets approved. And there are other things in the list that I think that maybe you should be concerned with, and I hope that you do that review. So I will just close up by saying that I hope that the other documents get published, including the PowerPoint presentation. I would like to have another opportunity to specifically review the parcels in East Norwalk so that ENNA and the community can better understand what those changes are going to be. And I do think, first of all, if Ms. Jones is still on the call, I think that Mr. Schulman should reconsider and let her read the letter. And in the absence of that, I think that you should hold the public hearing open until all the documents are posted and give the public a fair opportunity to be able to review those and then speak again to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then last call, anyone looking to speak, use the raise your hand tool. If you're dialing on a phone, you can hit *9. Need nothing further, Mr. Schulman.
Okay, then we'll close the public section of the hearing. Steve, do you wish to respond to the comments you heard at this time, or do you want to reserve the opportunity to speak when we continue the hearing?
I'd prefer to address some of it'll probably take me 10 minutes now, but if you want to take a rest,
Well, we'll wait until we finish. In fairness to all the people who are listening, we'll take our break. If you're going to be about 10 minutes or so, we'll let you speak. We'll take our break at 9:15 or 9:20.
Sure, and I can
with apologies to North 7.
Sure, and again, I'll try to be as brief as possible. And just going off of comments and questions that were raised. Their first comment was related to Taylor Farm Park. I don't believe that's even in the study area, so I'm not sure what the comment was related to as to any zone changes over there. There's nothing even under consideration as part of the zoning rewrite that affects that property. So I just believe that was some misinformation that was included. I think we've spent, as part of the outreach for this and as part of the discussions I've had with Harbor Management and other groups about this question about the brownfields and the hazardous waste sites, I think we've spent way too much time talking about it. We've reached out to the appropriate agencies. The appropriate agencies confirm that there are no listed sites in that area. As I've stated numerous times, there very well could be brownfields and contaminated sites in the study area. It's really not a relevant point whatsoever. We're not talking about city property. We're not talking about existing parkland or existing green space. We're talking about properties that are already developed with something, whether it's a parking lot, buildings, or whatever. They've already got things going on there. They can get developed today, some of them without actually coming to the commission. Some of them, whether we change the zone, we don't change the zone, adopt the plan, don't adopt the plan, those properties can still be developed. Things can still happen there. If you're in the marine commercial zone today, you can build a 4-story building there. So we're not saying you can't redevelop there. If there is contamination on the site, and if it gets triggered by the Transfer Act, then that's automatically going to kick into, you know, regulatory oversight in terms of phase 1s, phase 2s, et cetera. But otherwise, if the site's contaminated, if they discover something when they're you know, doing their redevelopment, whether they're excavating, doing whatever, if they find like a underground storage tank that was never notified or picked up, they're going to have to report that to the fire marshals and any other appropriate agencies, and they're going to have to address the contamination issue at that time before they continue. And for the record, I've done phase 1s, phase 2s, phase 3s from Birmingham, Alabama to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho to Buffalo, New York to Rhode Island to Massachusetts, Delaware, Maryland, and 10 other places. So just saying I have pretty good knowledge base on how that process works and what goes into those things. So we, just to reiterate, we double checked with DEEP. We double checked with EPA. We wanted to make sure that the appropriate lists were followed. I do not and will fight to the end and argue vociferously not to include sites and language in there specifically stating that this site may have had issues in the past if it's not a listed site. It doesn't mean that the site might not be contaminated, but I'm not going to recommend putting a site into any kind of document if we don't have a document, if we don't have it as a documented site. I think that's completely irresponsible on the city's behalf. So I just think it's a moot point. It doesn't really warrant further discussion. It's not really relevant to the study. We fully are aware that water quality is one of the utmost concerns for this site, and that anything that happens in terms of excavation and site work could have serious impacts on water quality. So that's not something we're taking lightly at all. I believe Mr. McDonald had raised a question about the uses within the CD5 zone, CD5W zone, and Ms. Cece had also mentioned it. And Mr. Mushak was correct to point out earlier, at your last meeting where we discussed the zoning regs changes, the inclusion of all the water dependent uses was recommended for both the CD4W and the CD5W zone. And again, that was a staff oversight. But you know, we caught it and are now recommending including all those uses in the plan. The document that's online won't reflect that, but the regulation edits table, which does need to get updated, that gets posted online, will reflect that. And when the final public draft of the zoning is out there for consideration, which is probably not going to happen for a month or two down the road, it will reflect those changes in red lines so people can see what's actually getting adopted. But as we put in the memo that's up on the website, and as the commission agreed to and staff reiterated, we are going to include those uses within that. And again, so none of those uses that were discussed on the Upper Harbor will become non-conforming. They'll be as of right uses. I discussed the brownfields issue in the databases. I think you know, just address one more, just two more comments, I guess. One related to putting documents up on the site. The PowerPoint wasn't even done till today, or you know, later today, so it didn't get posted because I just didn't have time to post it. We got, which the emails and letters I sent out to you, there was probably 4 or 5 of them that came in today. I'm sorry, we just can't turn those always around and put them up on the website as soon as we get them. We have other things going on, other things on deadlines. We'll get them up there before the public comment is closed. The DEEP letter, I exchanged emails with the folks at DEEP today. They initially thought they were going to get the letter in today. I said, you know, you don't have to rush it. We anticipate keeping the hearing open for receipt of additional written comment through Friday. And he was, you know, gentleman was more than happy to have the extra time to put that together. But it's also important to note that, you know, while DEEP is a regulatory agency, their decision's not binding on you at all. It's again, it's an advisory opinion and advisory recommendations. Last thing, and on my last comment is really related to kind of what I talked about at the beginning, that there are differing visions of what these areas should look like. Particularly, you know, the 2 areas that got the most comment were the, you know, Upper Harbor area up towards Commerce and Harbor Ave, and then even more so along Water Street. The city, which would be the governing bodies, have a different view of how that area should develop than, other agencies that have commented on the proposal. Again, what we tried to do was strike the best balance we could between those two visions to try to see if make as many people as happy as possible. It's a very tricky thing to do. And lastly, I think Ms. Cece kind of, she raised one really interesting question and interesting point on those properties. She included one Cemetery Street in that discussion, but why are those properties allowed to be the way they are today? Because we can't force them to do anything on those properties today. They're not under any regulatory review from us. They're not under any consideration for redevelopment or application. And that would be the mechanism at which time we would be allowed to force them to do something to improve the site conditions as they are today. So zoning is a tool and also regulatory advice. But in this case, it's a tool to get a better development on a property. Why are those properties sitting vacant, derelict, and being used as parking lots and less appropriate uses? Because there's not an incentive to do something better on those properties today, which is clearly laid out in the recommendations from the consultant who kind of articulated that same point. And we had that very conversation at several public meetings as things are the way they are today because the rules in place don't allow for somebody to do something better. And the economics of the existing zoning don't allow somebody to do something better. So why do we change? We change to affect change. And, if we get further comments, Mr. Chairman, in writing, if you have questions or comments, I'm happy to address those at a later time.
Okay. Just a note about Ms. Jones' letter. I did not keep Ms. Jones from speaking. I told her she couldn't read the letter, but that she was otherwise welcome to speak. I think it's important to note that. With that, it's 9:15. Let's reconvene at 9:25.
Real quick, Mr. Schulman, before the break.
Pardon?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you, Chapin. I'm sorry.
One of the questions that was raised during the public hearing was whether they would have an opportunity to speak at our next meeting with another public hearing. I figure while folks are still on, is that something you could address real quick before our break?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate if there's new material presented that we permit people to speak about the new material. We've done this before in other public hearings. We don't want to go over items that have already been discussed. But absolutely, we will continue the public hearing and give people an opportunity to speak about any new material.
And the next regularly scheduled meeting is Wednesday, October 4th at 6 p.m. via Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification on that, and this is completely your decision. What would that mean? Does that mean if somebody writes a letter or an email, that's new material and everybody gets, that could technically be never ending at that point.
I think certainly the technical letters that have been written, we need to give people an opportunity to speak about those should they wish to. And yes, is it going to take may it take a fair amount of time? It may. I'd rather err on the side of spending too much time rather than not enough time. Okay, with that, well, now it's 9:27. We'll get back together. Okay. Attorney Waters, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, David Waters, I'm General Counsel to Building and Land Technology. We're the developers of North 7 and the applicants in this particular matter. Steve May, I know that the original reason for having this on the agenda is that in accordance with the approval of the master plan and the conditions that were imposed at the time, any new application for one of the buildings has to be referred to your third-party traffic consultant. And I think that that was one of the formalities that was to occur tonight, but Steve may be able to confirm that.
Correct. And there, and I don't know if Dave, you were going to go here, but we have been having conversations between Bob Griswold's, Dave and his team, and making some good progress on certain areas. But there was one area, and David, did you want to talk about the? Okay, good.
I
So
would.
I'll let him.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that we remembered the traffic piece of it, only because that was kind of became the tail wagging the dog. If I may, I'll share my screen. I have a very brief presentation. It'll take probably about 5 or 10 minutes, and we should be, and then I think that would be interested in your input. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Great. So this slide was actually one that when we made our application initially and met with the commission in May, this was one of the slides that we provided. And it shows on the top the master plan as it has been approved. And it shows on the bottom what was the original plan for the actual development of this portion of phase one. And although there are changes, and you'll see those in a minute, based upon the meetings that we've had with your staff and with Mr. Griswold, the essential layout remains the same. So in the original master plan, there was an 11-story building with a 5-story component just to the north. Then there was the town square, and then there was a separate standalone building, building 1.2, also 5 stories, with a parking garage in the back, which is also the same height, the 5 stories. What we had proposed to do, and still continue to propose to do, was to combine buildings 1.1 and 1.2, again retaining the essential height. And we'll talk about that in just a minute as far as some modifications that have been made to the approval. But what that does is it allows for a somewhat larger town square, which was something that had been an expressed desire of the commission, and then a dog park, a green space, and then a dog park just to the north of that. And that would be, that would not include all of phase one, because phase one also includes building 2.1. And we can talk about that in a minute too. But this would be, in lieu of building 1.1 and 1.2, we would have a single building.
David, still 5 stories tall?
5 stories and 11 or 12. Yes, which was what was approved as part of the master plan.
Right. But the combination of 1.1 and 1.2.
Correct. Is still the same. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, this will start the discussion, and we can I'll try and explain it as best I can. So what we have done as based on the original, it's the same number of units, but it's now in one building. Instead of 273 units in those 2 buildings, it's actually 266 units. So essentially the same. The number, the amount of retail is reduced because it is now located still at the base of this portion of the building, which is 5 stories, and the lowest level is retail. And we've also added now a new component here of a 1-story retail building, which we'll talk about in a minute. But that would reduce the total retail in that area from 17,000 to about 8,000. The town square is larger now. As we said, we've indicated that there's now a dog park that is in this area. We've, with the removal of building 1.2 from this area, it does mean that there is now more open views, particularly for the residential that is to the west. And it also creates more pervious green space as well. To give you a preview of where the discussion this evening will hopefully take us, there's been some discussion with your consultant as to whether this configuration creates kind of a dead space of lack of activity, where he would feel that having that building in this location would create more of a street presence. And he questioned whether that what's being proposed here provides enough activity. We'll try and address that as we go through this brief presentation. So what we have here, and you'll see it better in a minute, is originally on our application for this building, we had the 11 stories running all the way to the southernmost point. We've now cut back at the 5th story on the south side, just as we have a 5th story cut back on the north side. Just as we have a green roof on this north end, we have a green roof on the south end. As was agreed as part of the design guidelines, by doing the stepping back of the building, we've now taken, this is still 11 stories, this component in the back, but this component here is now 12 stories. So we've moved units from here up to an additional floor here, retaining the same number of units. We've added, as I said, a 1-story retail building. You can see, and this is somewhat important, we've added here the train station and the location where it comes across from Merit 7, but also the platform. And that's important because it ties into what goes on across the street as well. Building 2.1 will occur right over here. This is where currently there is now an on-grade parking lot of 83 commuter parking spaces. Building 2.1, as was contemplated in the master plan, will actually incorporate those 83 parking spaces into the parking garage for building 2.1.
Mr. Waters, Mike Mushak here. Quick question or quick request. I recall in the original approval of this, I guess 2 years ago, maybe,
yes,
or 18 months ago, whatever. It was made clear that the office buildings across at Merit 7 or Merit whatever that's called, the
Merit 7, yes,
yeah, the Merit 7, that those are of a certain height, whatever they are. They're actually, but they're high above grade.
yes,
and that they cumulatively, they're higher grade, and their building height was going to be close to the height of the apartment building that you were proposing, or apartment buildings. Is that, can you confirm that? It's for the benefit of the public listening in, to imagine what the height is, because I think it might seem a little frightening, 12-story building, but in that context, isn't it about the same as the office buildings that are there now?
that is correct, Mr. Mushak. Your recollection is accurate. The way that the Merit 7 office buildings are measured, because it's a development park, the stories and the height are measured from the plaza level. And you have 6-story buildings, 7-story buildings, but they're built on top of a parking garage that is 5 stories as well. So we had provided, and we can certainly dig up again the sections that showed that in fact the height of the apartment building and the height of the Merit 7 building are basically equivalent.
Thank you.
This shows you again, just from a top of bird's eye view rather than at an angle, what's being proposed. You can see, again, this is a 5-story component. There's a 5-story component over here. And just again, in reference to something else that Mr. Mushak's comments raised, there's also a rather significant grade difference, so that there's about a 2-story grade difference between this and the residential units that are on Sear Hill and Oakwood. And then it goes up even farther than that. So in fact, you don't see 5 stories from here. You see about 3 stories or 2.5 stories. This is the back of the parking garage, and with the amenity deck on top, this becomes 11 stories. This becomes 12 stories. And again, you can see the town square, the access from across where the train station is, and the 1-story retail with the green space and the dog park as well.
David, what is the reason for the significant reduction in retail?
To be honest with you, what we've done is we've taken this, which makes sense because it's the right size for probably multiple retail spaces. That works. The retail 1-story building works because what it's contemplated that will be is really your coffee shop, your newspaper pickup, your whatever it may be, probably sandwiches and things like that. And I'll show you an example of that in a minute. But this works for both commuters as well as people that are at the dog park, that are walking along the street, that are coming across from Merit 7. But to put the building that we had designed here at 1.2, which had no parking around it, makes it very hard to support the retail as a standalone viable retail space.
But with such a large reduction in retail, you're doing less to activate that outdoor space.
Well, no, because the other part to it is that, as I indicated, and you'll see in a minute, I've got a couple of pictures, but between this retail space and the dog park, which is absolutely more active, frankly, than the retail would be, you are activating it. And remember that just north of here, building 2.1 has retail across its entire frontage. So it's not.
Well, that's what you're telling us now, but we were initially told there was a lot more retail here.
No, but that's why we are here tonight, is to hear your direction on some of that as well. We can't do this. We can't unilaterally change it. The requirements and conditions of the master plan approval state that if there are changes to be made, they have to come back to the commission. So this actually, and one of the other things I did want to point out, just in the bird's eye view, is that one of the things that the commission had suggested with respect to the town square was that there should be some covered seating area. This gray area that you see here is actually outdoor space with a cover over it, so that you now create the area that supports the retail at the base of this building. It can expand out during the summer. It's more likely that there will be people that will actually be out with tables here. During February, it's not so likely that you're going to have that many people that are sitting outside, other than being over at the dog park itself. This allows for some flexibility. It also allows events can expand out over the town square now into the green space, so that if you have things like farmers markets, if you have an outdoor movie night, things like that, all of that can expand as need be, where before it was limited to a very precise area. And again, you can see that a little bit more closely here. And again, what I would say is that you can see over here, this is where the next segment of retail starts, is right here.
Facing the dog park or facing the street, right?
Facing the street,
Street, yeah.
facing the street. The Tennessee gas pipeline goes right through here. And so it's not a buildable area. So we have to kind of, we butt up against it on one side and we butt up against it on the other, but we have to leave it intact the way that it is.
David, can I assume that these things that look like marshmallows are trees?
Yes, you may. And thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Chairman.
In future iterations, could they be green?
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you.
And in fact, you'll see that on these elevations, you will see that they are in fact green and not marshmallows.
Okay.
This shows you the view from the south looking north. The original proposal that we had provided to you showed a building that came straight up the 11 stories. Now it's cut back at 5 at this end. You can see the articulated facade. We've been working with your staff and with your consultant, Mr. Griswatch, on this. This isn't the final iteration. We've agreed that there is further treatment that needs to be done to define the base and the middle and the top. But it is getting closer, and everybody's agreed that it is much more consistent with the design guidelines than what was originally proposed. One of the other things that I will point out is that you'll recall that when we did the original master plan, we talked about nodes of interest, that we wanted things to occur along the streetscape that would also create interest. And what we've designed here is a seating area, and you'll see we can blow it up at some point, but there are interesting new light fixtures that are in here. They're kind of like light sticks. So this whole area then becomes kind of an interesting little seating area. And that was one of the identified nodes that we were talking about. This is looking at it from the other side, looking from the north, looking south. You can again see this was, here is the covered retail space, and it faces out this way. The retail also faces out to the street. So this is retail facing in both of those directions. You can see the crosswalk from the Merit 7 train station and from Merit 7 itself, with the pedestrian access.
David, I've forgotten, is there any on-street parking on the building side?
There is some limited parking in front of the buildings. It is very limited. You know, it's parallel parking. There is parking, of course, across the street at the train station. And that actually works well for purposes of train station times. That, you know, obviously you've got commuters that are there during the day. They aren't there at night, and they aren't there in the evenings for the most part. So it actually allows for when events are occurring at and on weekends, when events are occurring at Town Square, that parking does become useful as well. You can see here the one-story retail structure. Again, I'll show you a better example of it in actual life in just a minute, although this one is larger than the one that we have the picture of. And taking it one step further back, you can see the relationship to the dog park itself. Let's see if I can get. This is a similar type of one-story structure. This one is located in Commons Park here in Stamford. I wish I could say that Walter's Hot Dogs always did as well as this line shows. This was taken at an event. But it does give you an idea of the type of retail that we're talking about. What we're proposing is a building that is probably about 2 to 3 times larger than this one was. but it gives you a scale of what it is like. People would be able to come up, get their coffee, grab a sandwich, or in this case, it was hot dogs, and other types of sundry items as well. This, on the other hand, is very typical. This is one of the dog parks at Harbor Point here in Stamford. This is what it looks like virtually every day. And it's often, and it's multiple times during the day, where people don't go to retail spaces often or frequently. They may grab a sandwich or a coffee. Dog owners, as we have learned very well here, come to the dog park 3 times a day, every day, 365 days a year, except when they're on vacation. It is an activity. It is a social activity. It is something that occurs with absolute regularity, even in the middle of February, because their dogs need to go out. And people will go, and while they may not be quite as comfortably dressed as you see here, they will definitely be out there at the dog park. The other thing that happens is that when they're at the dog park, they will then grab their cup of coffee or hot cocoa or whatever it may be, and that supports the retail that is in the area. And we've also found that the dog park itself is an attraction for people that are walking along the street. People come down and watch the people with their dogs. So as I say, it's a very social type of activity.
This is interesting because we recently heard a different application where they were saying they were not going to have a dog park because they had found that it was not helpful or required too much maintenance or not necessary. I'm not saying, I don't know who to believe, but interesting hearing your perspective on it.
No, I'm a little surprised by that, but I would certainly encourage you. We do have a dog park up at the curb, and you're certainly welcome to go up and look at it. And I'm sure you'll see dogs that are up there. And also, it's interesting with our project down here in Stamford in the South End. We didn't originally have dog parks, and we actually proposed a single dog park at one point. It became so overrun because it seems like every third apartment at least has a dog. So we ended up expanding our dog parks and the number of dog parks that we have down here in Stamford for that very reason, because we just could not keep up with the demand of the people that wanted them. And so I feel very comfortable in saying that the amount of dogs that we experience is actually very high. People want their animals with them. They want to have pets as part of their living experience. And we absolutely believe that it's quite the contrary of what was being stated for others. You know, maybe I'm not sure, maybe it's a different clientele, maybe it's a different location, but frankly, our experience and our experience at the curb, which is right here on the same street, is that there is a high demand for dog parks.
David, are you anticipating that this dog park will be enclosed?
It will be
as this one is?
It will be enclosed, as you see here, in that it will be, fenced, but it will not be enclosed as in barriers or things like that.
Right, right.
David, is that real grass or AstroTurf?
In this location, I believe, is AstroTurf. We have both, and in some locations we also have pebbles and that kind of stuff as well. So if I can go back to our original, sorry about that. Where we are actually is that I'm trying to get back to prior. Let me just go back and start again to the original here. So this, again, this portion might be some treatment, whether it's AstroTurf or other, or a portion of both. This darker area that you see around here is all grass. It'll be pervious surface, and that's quite intentional because, as I said, it'll allow for spillover from town square on events and things like that. So, as Steve had mentioned, our discussion right now and where we are is that I think that there's some general consensus that the building architecture is moving in the right direction. It's not quite there yet, but it's close. But the discussion that we've been having is the activation of this space. We firmly believe that, frankly, this as an activity center, together with the retail that we are proposing here, is an absolute continuation of the building itself, and it will then be continued down as you go further north to the buildings that go beyond that. And one of the things that I would point out is, and it goes back to the train station and the platform, DOT selected this location where 2.1 is as being the appropriate location for their parking. And they could have chosen any place to do it because, frankly, they were willing to do a taking of our property if we hadn't granted them an easement of it. So they could have put that parking over here or over here if they had felt that that was a necessary thing because of the distance to the train station. In fact, they didn't. They felt that this was an acceptable location, and we didn't encourage them. We didn't discourage them. We didn't have anything to say about it. That's where they said they wanted their parking lot. So they did not feel that this type of a walking distance to get to the train was a significant problem. They felt that it was easily done and accomplished, and that it could be done without any impediment or without any feeling by the commuters that it was too far a distance or it was isolated from the train station itself. So the same thing is really true here. And in fact, what we're doing now is enhancing this area in a way that we think is actually going to be better. To be honest with you, putting in a lot more retail space and then not being able to fill it would be a far worse problem than having this type of a situation where you have activity that is going on. The idea, and I used to work right off of Wall Street on Isaac Street, and I watched the buildings there where the first floors slowly but surely were closing up, and that's part of the problem that we're struggling with on Wall Street now, is that having empty storefronts is the worst thing that you can have. This type of activity where you know that it happens 365 days a year is actually a much better alternative.
That was going to be my question, Attorney Waters. I assume that the pivot here is a function of just knowing what the market is ingesting, and it was going to be over retailed space, and we're going to be left with most likely vacancies throughout the whole complex, which I mean, I personally agree is more detrimental than not. So I assume that was part of mainly a big factor of the calculation was the scaling back the retail because it just couldn't support it.
Yeah, and that was the analysis that we did as we got into the real weeds on all of this, that there's a certain amount of retail that you can support. We've had that same experience here in Stamford, trying to make sure that we can fill the retail that is in our office buildings here. And there's only so much that you can do. And frankly, we don't want to do too much more, because one of the things, if you remember back to the old days when we were talking about the master plan, we're not doing destination retail. The whole idea of the retail here is really for the neighborhood. It's not to try and bring people in. Yes, there might be we hope that there would be a nice restaurant or something of the sort like that on the square, but it's not to have a lot of retail that requires people to drive into this area. It's really more to support the area, both from the people that live here, the people that are going to be living here in these apartment buildings, the people that are working here already, and the commuters. And
A
so
very
that's
walkable environment. It's, I think was a lot of the push too. It's like once you're here, you can
Yeah.
live here, you can work here, you don't really need your car, you don't need it as much. You can walk to pick up what you need, get your coffee, walk your dog, like it's all at arm's length.
exactly. That's exactly right.
Excuse me, it's relevant here to mention as well, came up in the discussion of the master plan, is that the retail on Main Avenue is going to be activated by the population and the residential component of this now, because they can walk over the railroad tracks, walk.
Exactly.
You can see it from this aerial. You can see a kind of walkway down the middle of the parking lot, but
That's right.
I think
there.
that's going to be improved, and there's going to be a direct route out to Main Avenue where we've got a new cannabis retailer that's going to be opening soon. But I mean, there's a whole stretch of restaurants and various services in strip malls on Main Avenue. So we always saw this as a mixed use district, not self-contained, where the retail on Main Avenue will be. It'll have users from this. Can't talk right now. The steak I just ate, it was so good.
I'm jealous.
But you have the office. You've got your live, work, play kind of happening right here, but it's not all happening on site. It's happening with shared uses of the buildings across the way. The train station bridge was brilliant in terms of incorporating all this together. I have one comment to make. And I'm curious because you mentioned farmers markets.
Yes.
And, it could be art shows, it could be bands, some live music, whatever it takes. How do people unload their cars? And do you need a pullover delivery area, which would put a curb into the walkway, which might not be so bad? Or do you go into the building and there's a gray area shown at the back of the 5-story building? Is that a parking lot, like a loading zone?
This
Right
is
there.
a loading zone that is behind there. It's a service area that is for use, among others, by the retail, because they will need deliveries and what have you.
Right.
But it also becomes a service court that can then be used to access the town square and what have you. But the other thing is that this area right here, where the crosswalk is all at grade. I don't think my recollection is, and will confirm, that there's a low curb here too. And the purpose of that is so that we can get food trucks in, or we can get farmers market people in, or what have you, and be able to work through that. The people that are working the farmers market, after they've dropped off their goods, the intent would be they will park over in the parking garage that is over here. Or theoretically, they could park over in the commuter parking lot, because the farmers market is likely to be on a weekend anyway.
Right. So my last comment would be helping to activate the dog park area might be a pool in there for like 3 spaces for reserved for food trucks.
Yep.
That might compete with your retail component in your pavilion. But you're in that 1-story pavilion, but the food trucks are part of the formula for activating outdoor spaces nowadays. They're quite popular, but
Yes.
there's really nowhere for a food truck to park on the street here because you have no on-street parking, it looks like. So
No,
it's
that's
just
a good
something to think about.
suggestion. It's a good suggestion, and we'll definitely take that under consideration. I will say that just one final comment on activation. We've learned a lot here in Stamford in doing our town square here and the boardwalk and the parks that we've done. The number of activities that we've been able to program into these spaces is really amazing. It's basically, I think we do over 200 events a year, whether it's yoga in the park, or whether it's Yappy Hour, where at the dog park, where we have pet owners and their drinks and their dogs, or movie nights. We do about 6 of those a summer. We do an art show. We do a health and wellness thing. So there's all sorts of things that we've learned over time, what works and what doesn't, and that all translates very readily to the town square here.
David, I know this is a couple of years away, but what is the status of your talks with ConnDOT regarding a walkway between Glover and Route 7?
I can tell you that we actually have made one of our conditions of approval of the master plan was that prior to making an application for the first phase, we had to have those discussions with DOT. We have proposed to them that sidewalk on Grist Mill that you have contemplated. It is actually in their hands right now. It's already been reviewed by TMP as well. So that we have not fallen down on that obligation. We've made we've shown the feasibility that can be done, and we're prepared to proceed, assuming that that DOT agrees to it. And I believe that in our conditions of approval, it states that if it is approved by DOT, then we have to complete it within a period of time. I don't remember whether it was 2 years or something like that, but it's part of your conditions of approval, and we certainly would continue to proceed with that. We're also hopeful that it sounds like the NRVT is now focused on completing that missing gap as well, and that would certainly be fabulous from our perspective.
Yeah, they have planning money, but no construction money at the moment.
Right. But yes, exactly. So, I think, and Steve, correct me if you think otherwise, but I think that really our what we wanted to show and discuss with you tonight was just the treatment of this area, the town square, the retail, and the dog park area and open space, because I think that we wanted to get a little bit of guidance to make sure that we and your consultant can follow your thoughts on this. But I do think that the idea of a pull-out area for food trucks and things like that is certainly a viable option to add some further activation to that stretch of the road.
Steve, what's Bob's view?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I know Bob couldn't be here tonight. I think he's away. And Bob's concern, and I understand his concern. I didn't personally agree with it. And this instance is that in a traditional urban setting, you want, the close-knit streets, you want the building facades provide that kind of structure and level of comfort and interest when you're, in a walkable environment. And his concern was that the gap between the two buildings would be such that it wouldn't provide you with like kind of an incentive or a reason to traverse this stretch between where 2.1 will be and where, the building 1 is. But I think based on, what, Attorney Waters has shown, I think it actually accomplishes that. It's just a different manner. And I think this area is not, while it's a kind of a dense, it's TOD environment, it's not a traditional urban environment. So I think you can think about it a little bit differently. It is a different environment than what you might see in South Norwalk, for example.
David, how many additional square feet would now be added to the town square?
I have that information. Hang on just a second. The town square was required under your conditions of approval of the master plan to be 10,000 square feet. We had originally discussed it being 90 by 90, which would have been about 8,000 square feet, but in your condition of approval, you required it to be expanded to 10,000. It's been on the basis of this design, and it's a little bit, then my numbers are a little bit low, only because I was using the old plan that we had that showed the kind of a more squarish looking town square. But that calculation had 13,000 square feet paved. And when you calculated the green space behind it as well, it's now about 18,000 square feet total.
Mhm. Yeah.
And this is about a half acre total of green space.
Right.
I have a comment, Mike here. The walking along open space is fine. One of my favorite walks is on Fifth Avenue in New York along Central Park, in the middle of the densest city in the world. But you're on, the buildings are on one side, but you're on the side of the park, and it's just pleasant. And even though there's a wall most of that length, you're seeing trees and everything, listening to birds and all that. It's quite nice to walk along open space. So as much as I appreciate the urban activated concept that the consultant brought up, it's valid, as you said, in some locations, but not valid here. I'd make one suggestion from a purely design point of view. That sidewalk just seems like a long, straight, boring stretch.
Yeah.
If you added a serpentine shape, very subtle serpentine shape along it that would keep the curb line straight, you could probably even incorporate a couple of food truck stalls, but down by the dog park. But you can imagine a big serpentine, like just a very lazy S shape that goes down. Maybe it's several S's incorporated in that long length. It just makes it a little more interesting visually, makes it a little more fun to walk along, and wouldn't really take away any space. You might have a little more space for extra street trees. For instance, sometimes street trees are grouped together to create a grove. So you can do that in the insets of the S curve, and possibly create something a little more interesting than just a kind of Versailles rhythmic pattern that you've got there. But anyway, it's just a suggestion. It's not going to be something it's going to make or break my feeling about this project, but you can see what I'm talking about from this in this aerial shot, I think.
Absolutely. And in fact, we've done that type of serpentine walkway down here in Stamford. And so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think that might satisfy the consultant's desire to have it activated a little bit. You can imagine a skateboard has a lot more fun on, and not that I would encourage it on sidewalks all the time, but the other thing to bring up is that this space is also basically becoming the town green for the curb as well, even though you said you have a dog park up there. There's not in this photo, but there's, what do you have, 750 units, I think, in total or something like that up at the curb.
Yes.
And that's a big population that will also be, because you do need a critical mass of people to make a place feel vibrant. And that there you've got it already at the curb in combination with this residential building.
Exactly.
David, I think you've received some advice from us. Are you looking for a formal action?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think that the only thing Mr. Kleppen may be looking for some formal action just on the referral of the traffic. But I think all we were looking for was a sense of the commission on this whole question of street activation. We'll certainly take the comments to heart. We'll be working with your consultant, Mr. Griswatch, to further refine things and to also fine tune the building. And then we're hoping that we'll be able to get back to you and get this moving through a public hearing in due course.
Okay, I mean, my sense on the building is it needs a little bit more than simply fine tuning. I see very little personally of what is in the design guidelines. And by the way, Steve, to the extent that we have new commissioners that don't have a copy of those design guidelines, I'd like you to send a copy out to anyone who's missing them. I'm sorry, Tammy, I didn't see your hand there.
Well, thank you, Lou. Hi, Attorney Waters. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. I'm not opposed to your condensing the building from, the two sections into the one. I'm sure it's a considerable cost savings to kind of locate everything centrally. But I'm going back to this retail. So once this building is finished and with the curb, I mean, basically of like 1,000 apartments up there with people that are going to drive to go to the supermarket to get their milk. And I just find it hard to believe that we can't come up with something better than one coffee shop to make it so the people that live there don't have to get in their car to go basically to get groceries. And
Well,
I love the dog park. I know dog parks attract a lot of people. I like farmers markets. In general, we have one in Norwalk and Rowayton, and the farmers park right behind their stuff. They do not want to dump off their stuff and go park somewhere else. So that's just like a practical reality thing that I've experienced with our farmers market. And I think it's great if you can have them